AI is going to give us the good, the bad, and the ugly. AI is going to enable us to solve so many problems of the world, create even more abundance in the world. And all these are good. But guess what? AI can also de-skill workers. AI can also remove work from people. And in future, when we have what we call AGI, Artificial General Intelligence, which quickly can also become artificial superintelligence, can also lead to AI even being able to control humans eventually, and probably even do away, with, human. Mo Goddard, he wrote a book, Scary Smart. He used to work for Google's. And in his book, a human was somewhere in an island, and somebody asked him once, what was that person doing? He said he was either running away from the AGIs, or the AGIs have taken over almost all the jobs to the point that humans are just only being paid what is called a universal pay. They don't have much to do. They only just, go to wherever they can relax. So AI, and it's not only him, Geoffrey Hinton, also another person from Google's, he resigned, again, because of what he thinks AI was becoming, what they can see in the laboratory. Blake Lemoine, another person from also Google, one day, whilst he was working in the lab, he ran out of the lab shouting, he is sentient, he is sentient. What did he mean? He meant that that system he was looking at was sentient, was alive. So this AI we are dealing with today is going to be something so big tomorrow. So who is making all the decisions? Who's making all the decisions as to the nature of AI we are going to use tomorrow? All those decisions are being made outside of Africa. Who's collecting all the data? And mind you, whoever owns the data owns the destiny, can control the destiny. Whoever owns the data. Data that are even collected in Africa are not owned here in Africa. Somebody else, controls, the data that are collected even here in Africa. So as a result of that, we don't have data sovereignty. We don't have digital sovereignty here in Africa. Can we afford to continue to allow this to be the case, ladies and gentlemen? We can't. We just have to do more. We shouldn't take it as if it's okay when we grow by 2-point-something%, when our population is growing at 2.9%. It's not good enough. Even if we grow by 4-point-something% or 5-point-something, it's not good enough. We have to grow double digit. We have to grow double. That's how China did it. China grew more than double, 10% every year for at least 20 years. Why can't we do it? Do they have two heads? Why can't we do it? Why can't we be so serious about development that we can really, make a difference? Look, who controls the data matters. Who develops these systems, matters. We can come up with our own methodologies. We can come up with our own policies. We can come up with our own systems. We can make sure we develop the systems in manners that are in alignment with our values, in manners that at the end of the day speaks to our culture, in manners that are aligned with our organizational and social realities. We can do so by even coming up with what we call holistic methodologies developed here in Africa. And even when decisions about AI and other types of technology are made outside of Africa, we should also make sure we make contributions. This is how we make sure we reflect the kind of Africa that people like Imhotep of ancient Egypt started. We must do them proud. We must do them proud by making sure that we are that kind of Africans. This is the mother continent. Every human being that is in the world today is a product that came out of Africa, actually. Whether you are Chinese, whether you're Australian, Aborigine, whether you are in America, whether you are in Europe, whether you are in the Middle East, you're a product of Africa. Africa gave rise to you. This is who we are, the cradle of civilization. That is something we should always hold our head high to and make sure we do well. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, you are welcome to Digital Africa 2025. Please, make sure you get to know one another. Make sure you interact. Make sure you discuss. Make sure at the end of the day you learn. You take certain things back home and that you commit and you take action. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, Dr. Evans. Okay, so when he was talking, something I picked out, I said the good, the bad, and the ugly of AI. So I'm sure before the end of this program, we'll be able to know how good is this going to be for us? What are the things that we should look out for? And what are the ugly things that can end up coming up? Thank you so much, sir. That was a very interesting session. Okay, right next, we're going to be calling up Mr. Biodun Omoniyi from VDT Communications. They've been very huge partners to Digital Africa all along. And you're welcome, sir. Please, can you come on stage and give us your goodwill message, please? You're welcome, sir. Please, a round of applause for him. Please. You can do better, please. You can do better. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Armstrong, Dr. Evans, everyone, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm truly honored to be standing before you today at this 13th edition of Digital Africa Conference and Exhibition. Digital African Conference is a platform that has year after year remain a beacon of inspiration for Africa digital transformation. Permit me to begin by expressing sincere appreciation to the organizers of Digital Africa Consult, embodied by Dr. Evans Werem himself. Your passion shows transparently in the welcome address, but what many should have guessed also is your vision and your consistency and commitment to advancing Africa's digital progress. These attributes deserve special recognition, and I'm sure and know that in due time you will be better celebrated than this. Through your efforts, this conference has become more than just an event. It has become a movement, shaping Africa's voice in the global digital conversation. 13 years, year on year, you have stood firm and determined that Africa must rise. The theme for this year, Sovereign Intelligence, Africa's voice in the global AI order, is as profound as it is timely. It calls us to reflect and to act. In today's interconnected world, sovereignty is no longer just about physical borders. It is about control of our data. Dr. Evans is quite passionate that we must have sovereignty over our data, our digital infrastructure, our innovation pathways. True independence now depends on how we harness technology to empower our people and drive inclusive growth. At VDT, we are proud to be identified with Digital African Conferences since the beginning. And we firmly believe that digital sovereignty begins with strong digital infrastructure. Over the years, we've invested heavily in broadband connectivity, network resilience, and smart technologies so that Nigerian businesses and institutions can thrive in a competitive digital economy. But beyond infrastructure, digital sovereign intelligence is about building our own capacity. And I'm quite glad that we see a lot of young people. So your efforts and your vision is coming to fruition. Having the crowd of young people here, then the message, you can then be assured that the message will go afar. Africa's voice in the global digital order must be clear, united, and forward-looking. We have the creativity, the resilience, and the brilliance to not just participate, but to lead, to define, and inspire the digital future, just as it's been done in the past. There's been a lot of civilization before this current one, and we are now seeing the AI bringing another. It is our chance. And of course, Africa must rise. As we engage over the next 2 days, let us think, collaborate, and act with purpose to build a truly digital, independent, connected, and prosperous Africa. Once again, I commend the organizers, symbolized by Dr. Evans Werem, whose doggedness had produced this consistently 13 years. And we are quite proud to be associated from that beginning up to now. Yes, when I was coming this morning, I felt, what of if I yesterday I said, no, maybe I shouldn't come. But I felt, no, I can't let Dr. Werem alone carry the torch. So the torch itself is for all of us. And I wish everyone a highly productive and inspiring conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Money. Thank you so much. Please, let's give you another round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so when he was talking, he mentioned something about consistency for Digital Africa. 13 years, that's a long time. That's a long time. It's said it takes 10 years to be a master at anything you are doing, so we can say, it's safe to say Digital Africa are masters in this space. There's been a lot of challenges, even the COVID era. Many organizers didn't think it was okay to keep the torch flying or keep the torch burning, but Digital Africa kept the torch burning. Let's have another round of applause for Digital Africa, please. Okay, great. So up next, we're having a couple of demonstrations. One from Engage Mobile. Engage Mobile, are we ready? Are we ready to go? All right, cool. I'm going to call on Eno Inyang from Engage Mobile to show us the awesome stuff they've been working on. Welcome, Eno.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I am really excited to be here this morning. I have been a part of Digital Africa since 2015. And I owe many of our successes as a business to what has happened at Digital Africa. We're live streaming this, and our live stream business started at Digital Africa in 2015. Can you put your hands together? Also, we made a lot of connections, and it opened up business opportunities for us. I remember in 2015, there were quite a number of delegates from outside of Nigeria, from African countries, and outside of Africa. And we were able to make some very valuable connections, and it really enhanced what we were doing. Today, I have come with a different product, and it is Engage Mobile. Engage Mobile was also conceptualized here at Digital Africa. And interestingly, just last year, I was having a chat with the guys at VDT, and I just saw the possibilities of what could happen with the internet in public places. You know, I'm hoping that we'll be able to do business with VDT this year. So we have free Wi-Fi here. So if you need to connect to the Wi-Fi, you can easily do that. It's totally free and fast, very fast. Another product that we have today is augmented reality. Can I have the presentation, please? And we're launching what we believe is the first augmented reality treasure hunt in Nigeria. I stand to be corrected, but I think it's the first. Maybe after this presentation, you can tell us if there is any other one like it. Next slide. So Engage Mobile, we're a multimedia and technology company focused on digital connectivity and engagement, providers of free public Wi-Fi in spaces like malls, parks, buses, and events. We merge technology and creativity and user experience to connect people and brands. Now, introducing the AR Treasure Hunt. It's the first of its kind AR game in Nigeria. It turns public spaces into interactive treasure zones. Visitors use their smartphones to find and unlock virtual treasures, clues, and prizes. It's also designed to entertain, engage, and connect people to brands. As you can see, a demo of how it looks like. It's called the Merchant's Whispers. And next slide. So these are the possibilities of the game. It can be installed in malls, in parks, in city districts. It can be indoor, it can be outdoor. You could use it to set fitness milestones. It could be in the universities. And this is a sample of places where it will be displayed. Next. All right, next. Go back. Back. Yes. So this AR game is launching this December at Jabi Lake Mall. And what we're doing is that the entire mall is going to be turned into a game. So once you step into Jabi Lake Mall in December, throughout the festive seasons, you will be able to play this AR game. And players will be able to hunt for digital treasures linked to real-world store rewards and discounts. So you come into the mall, you could scan some codes or scan things that would give you clues to what you want to do, and you can go into the store. If you're able to answer the riddle, you get a prize from the store, and you move on to something else until you win the grand prize. So it's meant to enhance shopping, tourism, and tech engagements during the holiday season. And the possibilities are endless. I mean, what we're looking at is to be able to install it anywhere, because technology has made everything possible. We can turn the entire Ademola Adetokunbo into an AR game. You step in on the street there and you're able to scan things that other people cannot see, and you can get coins. You could stand in front of a business and pick up coins, go to another place, pick up coins, and maybe win something. So it's really revolutionary for businesses. So it's not just a game in itself, it's something that would benefit businesses. Next. Okay. Why it matters now. A few years ago, this kind of experience required large developer teams and complex coding. AI now makes it faster, smarter, and more affordable. So we use AI for 3D asset generation, environment mapping, real-time personalizations. And this shows Africa's growing capacity to build its own digital ecosystems. Now, the sovereign intelligence, Africa's voice in the global order. Our AR project is a practical expression of African innovation. It demonstrates how AI enables independent creation in entertainment and technology. It's not imported innovation, it's homegrown creativity powered by AI. I thought you put your hands together. Now, the impacts and benefits. For malls and brands, it drives foot traffic and in-store engagements, like I said earlier. It offers data insights and brand visibility. For players and families, it promotes movement and fun, provides interactive discovery and instant rewards, introduces users to AI and AR in everyday life. We also have something else coming soon, and this is for children. Now, we're launching this in the first quarter of 2026. I have the boards here, and we call it the Magical Alphabet Board. It's AR-driven also. It combines traditional play with augmented reality. I'll show you the board. So this is exactly how it looks like. It just looks like the normal slate that's we used when we were kids. I don't know how many people remembered using slates where you write on a chalkboard and all. So it's just like a slate. But AR has made it more interactive. So once you download the app and you point it on any of the alphabet comes alive. So for A, if it's apple, the apple begins to float and shows the child what an apple looks like. It could help with their speech. Vowel sound. So if you're looking at I, tell you ah or ba, ka. So things that you normally learn in school, you can do it in a fun and interactive way. We also have the solar system board. This also is for kids. When they use the app, the solar system comes alive. You could see all the planets as if it's in real time. So all they're doing is just using their phones. Once they put the phone over, and it just comes alive like that. So this tool would be launching this in the first quarter of next year. But if you want an active demonstration, I have a stand at the back there where you could try it out and see how it looks like. Yes, next. So the future we're building: public spaces as playgrounds for discovery, children learning through interactive technology, African brands connecting through immersive experiences. Engage Mobile is driving digital culture powered by AI. So we're inviting malls and retail partners to partner with us, tech developers and creators to partner with us, investors and media partners to also partner with us. We're open to installing Wi-Fi in more public places. So if you have a location that has a lot of foot traffic, we'll be happy to come partner with you. The benefits, if you have connected to the Wi-Fi, you'll see that our Wi-Fi is driven by advertisement. So it drives traffic. If we're partnering with you, you could also make profit from the free Wi-Fi. So thank you very much. We have, I'll just allow us to watch in 3 minutes. We just have a display of the AR game and the boards. So if we could let it roll, thank you.
Check out our Solar System 4D augmented reality board. Get your kids engaged in an immersive learning experience of the solar system and all its surrounding planets. With our 4D Plus hologram display, your kids can get to see in vivid depictions the unique features of each planet. They also
All right.
check out our Solar System 4D augmented reality board. Get your kids engaged in an immersive learning experience of the solar system and all its surrounding planets. With our 4D Plus hologram display, your kids can get to see in vivid depictions the unique features of each planet. They also get to learn interesting fun facts about the planet, other planetary bodies, space exploration tools, and equipment. Our application provides the options for text and audio-based learning. Your kids can also test their memory skills with our multiple choice questions and score points. Download the app for free by scanning the QR code behind to get the link.
So this is for the solar system board. We
Spark up your child's
the
curiosity
one
with
for
our
the
alphabet board. Built for the
Magic
purpose of
Alphabet
associative and immersive learning. Your child can now balance their digital screen time with physical objects around them. With our alphabet board, your child will get to see and learn both upper and lowercase alphabets in 4D Plus hologram displays. They also get to identify
Can we
each
start
letter
again?
word and the associated object alphabet board. Spark up your child's curiosity with our alphabet board. Built for the purpose of associative and immersive learning. Your child can now balance their digital screen time with physical objects around them. With our alphabet board, your child will get to see and learn both upper and lowercase alphabets in 4D Plus hologram displays. They also get to identify each letter word and the associated object or character in vivid 4D Plus displays. Our board will help improve speech with the proper phonic sounds for each alphabet and a clear pronunciation for each word. With our board, they get to identify and spell sight words and engage in time-based spelling tests to improve their memory skills. We also make provision for other non-augmented reality learning interactions that they can have fun with while they learn. Overall, our board helps develop great visualization and motor skills, spelling skills, a good memory and vocabulary, and also creative and imaginative skills. Spark up your child's curiosity with
So
our
we have
alphabet
the final one,
board. Built
just
for the
a
purpose
little
of
clip
associative
from,
and immersive learning. The
AR
child can now balance their digital
game.
screen time with physical objects around them.
That's very short.
With our alphabet board,
All right. So this is how it looks like when you download the app. Merchants Whispers. So places where we would love to have the game. You could choose the state where you want to play the game. After that, you can choose where you want to play it, in a mall, in a city district, at a park. You want to play a fitness, for fitness, or you're in the university and you want to play it in the university community. It's both indoor and outdoor. And you select where you want to. Central Park, so something like this. So everybody is not saying this, but you're the only one saying it because it's AR. So it just pops up. So you could play it indoors, outdoors, and that's it basically. Thank you very much. I hope we'll be seeing you at Jabi Lake Mall this December to try out our AR game for the first time. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Eno, that was great. That was great. Okay, so what I like mostly
spark
were
up your
those
child's
boards for the
curiosity with our
astronauts,
alphabet
where
board.
you see kids
Built for the
can
purpose of
identify
associative and immersive learning.
the solar
The
system
child can now balance
without
their
even actually
digital
getting
screen time
communication.
with
That's
physical
great.
objects
Congrats to
around
you,
them.
Eno. We hope you do great.
With our
anyone
alphabet
here
board,
that wants to
the
work with
child
them,
will get
please
to
reach
see
out to
early
Eno, and then
both
let's
upper and
see
lowercase
where this
alphabets.
leads. All right,
and
so
4D
we are
hologram
getting to
displays.
the meat of
They also get to identify
our
each letter word
connection here.
and the
We're going to
associated
invite
object
Dr.
or
Armstrong
character
Takan.
in 4D
Is the
display.
Chief Executive Officer of the Ministry of Finance Incorporated. He's going to give us his keynote presentation. Dr. Armstrong has been big on data protection. He's always been asking who really owns this data. All the data we are gathering, all the data we are building, who owns it, who controls it, who decides how it's going to be used. So I'm going to invite him now to the mic and then let him share with us his deep world of experience. Please, everyone, let's have a big round of applause for Dr. Takan. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Let me start by acknowledging the chairman of Digital Africa and the chair of this event, Dr. Woherem, whom we call the chairman. I'd like to also acknowledge VDT for your consistent and unwavering support for Digital Africa over the years. I'd like to also acknowledge my colleagues who have joined me here today from Mofi, and all of you who have come to participate in this event. Before I continue, let me do a quick survey. How many of you here are students? Raise your hand if you're a student. I mean full-time students. All of us are part-time students of some, but full-time students. If you're a full-time student, raise your hand. All right, a few of us. Okay. How many of you here are workers, that you have a job at the moment? Okay. How many of you here own your own businesses? I need you to raise your hand properly. Just like that doesn't count. Raise your hand properly. You own your own businesses. Good. How many of you actually work for government? Okay. Interesting. How many of you are members of civil society? Okay. And how many of you are members of the media? Okay. So there's a fairly broad range of members of society who are in here. Let me start by saying that, let me put my presentation into context. I also studied computer science. I wear several hats. Yes, I'm the CEO of Ministry of Finance Incorporated, which is the company that manages federal government investments in Nigeria, as well as investments overseas. But my second constituency is technology. Maybe my PhD was not done as far back as Dr. Woherem. Mine was almost 30 years ago. And I remember then when we were talking about the world tomorrow, trying to think about what the future would look like. What you know today as AI, then many people described, part of it was called expert systems. These were computer systems that were meant to mimic human beings. And there was a lot of application, especially in healthcare, to say, how do we get to a point where we have systems that would behave as doctors, especially from a diagnostic standpoint, that once you provide some input or some data points, it will be able to diagnose what type of health condition you're suffering from, and will be able to make some recommendations in terms of prescriptions, things you need to do, and treatment regime. And at that point, there was a lot of discussion around the fact that this is something that is going to be very transformational, that would make a lot of people lose their jobs. It would change society. Fast forward 30, 40 years later, it is now called AI. So I got news for you. AI has assumed a new identity, a new name. But the very fundamentals of it have been there from a very long time, especially when computers became very common in society. We've seen different renditions of digital adoption, digital transformation, digital impact in terms of how it has impacted how we live, how we work, how governments function, how governance is delivered, how media organizations function. But we are now in a totally new era, in the sense that at the time when the concept of expert systems started, the level of penetration of technology was not as much as it is today. At that time, most people's experience and encounter with computers were desktops, not even laptops or notebooks. But today, we have computers all around us. We have phones, we have sensors, almost many devices. Your watches are computers. Your air conditioning systems have sensors that have computer software programmed in them. Many DJs that used to have large turntables. I remember then when we were DJs in the university, the turntables that we used to play music is totally different from what it is today. Today, with a laptop and a few devices, you can effectively deliver a concert of over 100,000 people. The labs and the machines that were used to put people in the moon way back then were mainframes that would fill this room. Today, the power of your phone is more than, the power and the capacity of your phone is more than what was used then to land people in the moon. It tells you how much advancement we have made over the years. But the question is, as Africa as a continent, in the era of artificial intelligence, where are we? where should we go? And I say so because regardless of where you are in your life, whether you are unemployed, whether you're a student, you have a job, you own a business, you work for government, the biggest mistake you can ever make is to ignore the risks that AI portends to you. And let me repeat myself. The biggest mistake you can make for your life or your destiny is to be passive about AI. Whether for you as an employee, as a business owner, as a government functionary, as a member of civil society, or whatever it is that is your focus or your profession, you will take a big gamble if you do not be a participant in the discussion on artificial intelligence. If you're just a passenger in that bus, you are taking a big risk. You are taking a big risk. What I want to do today is to take you on a journey so you understand within the broader context of the continent, within the broader context of our country, why when we talk about Africa having a voice as far as artificial intelligence is concerned, you must be a participant, not just a spectator. You must be the driver of the bus, not just the passenger. I have seen many businesses disappear overnight because they ignored what was around them. Where is Xerox today? Where is Kodak? And imagine the people that worked for those companies lost their jobs like that because they did not see the warning signs. You are blessed to be in this room today. It is an opportunity for you to read the handwriting on the wall and the warning signs of where the world is moving. Let me share something with you. You know, in life, we are at different points of our evolution and our journey of life. There are people at the very bottom of that hierarchy. And these are the people that life happens to them. These are the people that complain about government not doing what it should do. They complain about their parents, that I wish I was born from a more wealthy family. They complain about their employers. They complain about their co-workers. They complain about everything except themselves. You know what happens to people like that? They are always broke. They are always struggling because they think that their life is the responsibility of someone else. And usually people like that are so fond of seeing everything wrong and nothing right, to the extent that even when there is food in front of them, they don't see the food. Even when government provides an opportunity in front of them, they never see it because they are wearing the wrong glasses. Are you in that category? If you are in that category, one thing I can guarantee you is that your life is hardly going to get better. Because you must take responsibility for your journey of life. Whether you're a student, you're a worker, you're a business owner, you have to take responsibility for your own. What is the second level? The second level are those who believe that whatever happens to them is a function of what they do. The choices they make, the trainings they take, the education programs that they do, the planning that they do, the visioning of their lives setting goals and targets. Of course, what happens is that those will make a lot more progress than those who life happens to them. In other words, life happens by you, by your own dictates, by the actions and the choices that you make. The fact that you are in this room today means that you recognize the importance of taking your destiny into your own hands by participating in these discussions and desirous of learning something that can benefit you. And I want to acknowledge that effort that you have made by being in this room, because you could have been somewhere else. I thought you would clap for yourself. Because if you are vigilant, you will learn something today here that will change your trajectory of life. But it's up to you. You must make that commitment that I'm going to learn something from you, no matter how small it is, that will be transformational for me. Because you have to take responsibility for your own destiny. Make no mistake, government creates an enabling environment, but you take advantage of the opportunities that an enabling environment creates. So while you're here, the question you should be asking yourself is, how much do I know about what AI is about, where it is going? How do I take advantage of the opportunities that will be created by this? Rather than seeing yourself as a victim, see yourself as a victor, that you will take advantage of the opportunities that are being presented by AI. I give you an example. In our organization, we clearly recognize that we're an investment management company. We do portfolio management. We make investment decisions. We keep track of what government owns. And we mobilize investments, both domestically and internationally. But we recognize that within the context of AI, we need to re-examine and restructure our business model. We need to reorientate the mindset of our staff. Why is that? Something very simple. I said to my colleagues, Fisayo, who is sitting over there, one of the things he does is research for me. And I said to him, if you do not upgrade yourself in a twinkle of an eye, you will no longer be relevant to me. Why is that? Because if I give you an assignment to prepare a presentation for me, which requires doing some research, preparing charts, graphs for me to use, today with AI tools, I could do that in less than 10 minutes. Something that previously can take somebody 3 days. I can get it done in 10 minutes. The only thing I need is how much I pay for my data and owning a phone. I don't need to worry about the person's salaries. I don't need to worry about your pension. I don't need to worry about your health insurance. I don't need to worry about your emotional turbulence. Whether you're having a bad day, good day, doesn't matter to me. Whatever it is that you do for me, I can get it done instanta on my phone. So if you are one of those people whose job and whose value proposition is to provide information and charge for that, I got news for you. Your job is about to disappear. In case you do not know. So when you go somewhere and they tell you, what skills do you have? You said to them, I'm a researcher. You're about to lose your job. If you go somewhere and they ask you, what's your job? I'm an analyst. You're about to lose your job. You go somewhere and say, what are you? I'm a historian. Well, I don't know if you can have as much information as encyclopedia. You're about to lose your job. Or you come for a job interview and they ask you, what did you study? Philosophy. Really? I study Karl Marx. What can you do with that? Really? How can you help me in my business? You go to VDC, for instance. They're a technology company. And you say you study philosophy. You study Karl Marx. Nice. But there's no vacancy for you. You go there and they ask, what did you study? I study history. Well, you study the history of Colombia. the history of slave trade. Sounds nice, but there's no relevance for you. So, when we talk about artificial intelligence, that's what I'm saying to you, that as you come here today, you must go back not only with a deeper understanding of what the issues are, but with a resolution that my life has to take a different trajectory. And when Dr. Woherem was speaking, I hope you listen to him, because this is a journey he has been on for a long time. He sits on many boards. He has been EDs at some of the biggest banks in Nigeria, so he knows what he's talking about. He has seen a lot of people come and disappear, and many people lose their livelihood. Many people lose their businesses. Many people lose their investments. Many people lose their jobs because they did not read the handwriting on the wall. And so when he talks with passion and somewhat disappointment about the fact that in Africa we are not reading the handwriting on the wall, we are letting life happen to us. We are letting AI happen to us. We must move from the point where we seem to be in despair and worried about the fact that AI is happening to us, to the extent where we begin to take advantage of what it offers. How many of you have thought about creating a training program that you go to businesses just to teach them what AI tools exist out there that they can use to enhance their productivity? What AI tools exist for them to use to assess people's skill sets and determine what is the best role for them in an organization? What AI tools exist for companies to do their finance and accounting? Those are openings that exist today. The same way that schools and organizations became multi-billionaire businesses by providing software tools to help companies then at the advent of computers. We have the same opportunities here today. The question is, are you waiting for life to happen to you? Or do you want to take your own destiny into your own hands and take advantage of events like this and create opportunities for yourself, for your businesses, for your organizations? Because that is the reality. That is the reality. So let me give you context. So as you make those choices, as you make those decisions, let me share with you what the global reality is. When it comes to Africa having a voice, and Africa is not some huge being, it is you and I. It means all of us must advocate to have a voice and ensure that that voice is not just one of agitation. It is a voice that allows you to take your own destiny into your own hands. It is one where you convert things that appear to be challenges to become opportunities to change your own lives and to change your own destinies. Because if you do not change yourself, AI will happen to you. You will lose your job. You will lose your business and you become irrelevant. That's the fact. But if you take your own destiny into your own hands and you understand the conversations that are going on out there and the opportunities that are out there, then you are positioning yourself to take advantage of those the inventions that are going on. And I don't say that to you because I don't know you. I say that even to my own colleagues. That all of us, whether you're a Gen Z, you're a Gen retiree, whatever it is, all of us must reconsider and have a roadmap and an action plan as to how we want to make things happen rather than letting life happen to us. It's one or the other. It's either life happens to you and you become unemployed, you become underemployed, you earn minimum wage, and you're always begging people for money, or you're begging and looking for jobs, or you wear a new set of glasses where others see problems, they see challenges, you see opportunities. That is what you have being in this room today. So when you look at the entire continent, in terms of where we are at the inflection point. Why is that? Because globally, AI by 2030 is going to add at least $15 trillion into the global economy. In Africa, it's only about $16.5 billion and creating about 230 million jobs. But while it creates those jobs, others who fail to take responsibility for their own lives will also lose their own jobs. That is the paradox about it. And so the decisions that we make personally, nationally, and as a continent in the next 24 months will shape the next 50 years of our prosperity. Because we're going to see by 2030 a growth between about $4.5 billion to about $16.5 billion. And there's going to be a compounded annual growth rate of about 27.42%. Let's look at the global power dynamics as far as AI is concerned. The US obviously is leading, followed by China, the United Kingdom, and Africa, as usual, is far back. Now, when we talk about Africa being far back, we're effectively referring to you and I being way behind others. And it has ramifications. It means while we're using our devices here to do certain things, to organize events, we'll get to a certain point where some of these events might be organized to the extent where we don't need any of these devices to do that. And so all of these devices will become like mainframes today. They will be relegated to museum pieces. It means that if we as a continent do not only, if we don't only, in governance, they say let the minority have their say, but the majority will have their way. So it is not just about us having a say, we must have our way. So when we talk about voice, it's not just advocacy. It is about having an influential voice. Not only having a seat on the table, but participating in the decisions that matter. You can clearly see from the trends. And that is why a lot of these trends they're symbolic. When China started, people were laughing at China, even Japan, Taiwan, that these were, at that time, the way to describe something that was of low quality was it was Taiwanese. But they had a vision, and they deliberately pushed that vision to get to where they are today. Same thing with China. I don't know how many have been to China, but when you go to China, in the major cities, America would look like a third world. When you travel through China and see the level of infrastructure, the level of sophistication, the level of innovation, America and Europe look like backward countries. It is because they recognize that for their stories to change from an agrarian society to an advanced society, they must take deliberate actions. And I say that because if you find yourself in a government position, you shouldn't just be an ordinary worker. You should participate in making decisions and policies that will transform the narrative of the continent. Because too often, I see people that work in government and they think their job is just an administrative job. No, it isn't. It isn't. The choices, the decisions that you make on a daily basis will shape the destinies of hundreds of millions of people down the line. If you're a worker in an organization, you are not just a worker. You are a major part of the system that determines the destiny and the future, not only of that business, but people that work in that business. So until the time when we begin to see ourselves as actors within an ecosystem whose actions, whose choices make a difference, life will happen to us. Because it's in the same Nigeria that we complain and try to run away through the Trans-Sahara Desert to Libya to the Atlantic Ocean and die is the same when others are coming from different countries and becoming extremely wealthy. The same Nigeria. Nothing has changed. The same landmass, the same vegetation, the same group of people. Yet, there are people that see opportunities everywhere, and there are others see problems everywhere. Change your glasses. Change your lenses. Because if we do not change our lenses within the context of AI, Nigeria and life will happen to us. And when life happens to you, it is always a bad thing. So what are the economic opportunities? It is projected that at 27.4% CAGR, by 2030, AI would add about 6% to Africa's GDP. What is our digital reality? Because we need to know where we are in order to know where we're going. Online access globally is just under 70%. In Africa, it's less than 40%. So you begin to understand the reality that we're contending with. So you can either see it as a disadvantage or you see it as an advantage. That if you are in the business to provide online access, it means you have a higher opportunity, headroom for growth as far as this is concerned. Look at the data centers. There are over 223 data centers within the continent, within 38 countries, and 56 of them are in South Africa. And you can clearly see that South Africa is leading as far as data centers are concerned. And there are things we must address if we're going to take advantage of that. And so for those of you who are in businesses, we look at things such as the energy access. Data centers consume a lot of energy. So long as we continue to have challenges with energy supply, we put ourselves at a disadvantage. Connectivity. Until you are able to connect, you're not likely to enjoy the facilities that AI brings. And of course, the computing power. How powerful are the devices that you use? When we talk about defining our sovereign intelligence, what does that mean? It means that when it comes to the infrastructure, we must own our own infrastructure. We must own our own infrastructure. I remember almost 15 years ago, we had spearheaded an initiative for data sovereignty for local content. And we insisted through a policy that data that government generates, stores about its citizens and its transactions must reside in Nigeria. But then most of the multinationals already had a 10, 15-year, 20-year plan that they were going to harvest our data and store in data centers in Europe and in the US, and we were just becoming pawns in their game. And they were not interested in investing in data centers in Nigeria. But we forced that if you're going to deal with any government agency, that data center must exist in Nigeria. We fought it. They had to go to the Nigerian ambassador in DC. We invited Mrs. Omobola Johnson, then who was Minister of Communications, myself, her, and her aide to go defend the position. And we said that was non-negotiable because American government cannot even imagine storing data about Americans and American transactions in Africa. Why should your data be stored in a foreign jurisdiction? Simply because you do not own the tech companies that are harvesting that data. We must advocate for things that are productive and affect us. Algorithm development. When you look at a lot of the applications of AI, you would see that when it comes to people that look like you and I, the level of accuracy is not the same as the level of accuracy when it has to do with white people. Because a lot of the algorithms they've designed that underpin those applications use data sets and familiarity algorithms that suit their own demographics. You can't blame them. Do yours. If we complain about our accent, develop your own applications that reflect your own accent. If you complain about your pigmentation, develop yours, because they're not going to solve your problem. The same thing has happened with healthcare issues. Sickle cell is very prevalent in Africa. But it took a long time. Even up until now, we're still struggling to find a cure for it. But there are health conditions that affect a smaller group of people in the West that have tons of solutions. It's only natural. They focus on solutions and algorithms for problems that affect them the most. They won't come and solve your problem. We got to solve our own problems. We have to come up with solutions that reflect our own cultural values. Our dialects, the multiplicity of our dialects must be reflected. Our food, our taste buds are different. What excites us is different from what excites them. So in this arena of AI, we need to begin to come up with solutions that reflect our own peculiarities, because nobody else will do it for us. And even if they want to do it, they will do it when we show leadership. Think about the civil rights movement when Martin Luther King and co. were leading it. There were white people that supported them, but they needed to champion it to be ahead for them to support it. It would have been an aberration that someone else who is least affected by it is championing the cause for them. It's the same thing for us. In this era of AI, we need to look at the things that concern us the most and make sure that we lead that through our research efforts, through the work that we do. And so when Dr. Woherem talked about lamenting about the fact that Africa is not taking this seriously, that's what I'm talking about. It's the fact that we cannot continue to play the victim card. We must play the leadership card for things that are relevant for us. So for us, when we talk about AI sovereignty in Africa, there are some fundamental elements of it. One is infrastructure sovereignty, control over the infrastructure that is being used. Data sovereignty, I think we've talked about that, about the fact that we must own and control our own data. We cannot be pawns in the game of others. Google is a data company. It makes money by gathering, storing, and processing your data and helping you. That is why you sit in your room and you're having a conversation with your brother or your sister, and the phone will turn around and say, "Pardon, I didn't hear you. I feel like, shut up, I wasn't talking to you." Right? But it's all about data. It's about data. So when we talk about the journey of AI, data sovereignty is fundamental, because the decision and the advice, the counsel you get from the platform is a function of the quality of data that it already has. And so every time you have an interaction with an AI platform, it gathers that data so that the next time you have the interaction with him, the quality of that interaction is better, because it now has a broader array of data sets to deal with. So we must own our own data and protect it. Algorithms, I mentioned that before. Algorithm sovereignty. The algorithms that we have would also determine how far we go. Governance. What kind of governance structures are we putting in place? What kind of conversations are we having? How accountable are we holding the respective organizations, government organizations, as far as AI is concerned? Because there are going to be some fundamental ethical issues involved in AI. We need to make sure we have the laws, we have the policies, we have the regulations in place. So those of you in civil society, use your platforms wisely. Use your platforms to advocate for some of these changes. Use your platforms to hold institutions accountable as far as ethical AI is concerned. The African Union has done quite a bit of work in that area. I think it is something that you can read on your own. But just to give you a sense of it, those are some of the priority areas that we need to look at as far as AI is concerned. One is talent development. I spoke about that before. For things to change in your life, you have to change. You need to acquire new knowledge. How much do you know about AI? You need to acquire new skills. Like I said, saying that you study philosophy and that's your talent, life will happen to you. Saying you study history, life will happen to you. But if you come to someone and say, I'm a civil engineer, I can design and build a road. I can design and build a house. I can design and build a car. Now you're talking. Now you're talking. Because there's a limit as to what AI can do, at least for now. The AI can design a house based on the data points you put in, but the process of taking the blocks, putting on the ground, putting cement, digging the foundation, putting the windows, doing the POP, putting the lights, you still need people that have the skills to do that. So that would always exist. So it's about distinguishing between what AI will do in the short term, and what you can do to add value. Skills, infrastructure, innovation hubs. 16 African countries that have AI strategies. We've listed them there: Mauritius, Kenya, South Africa, Algeria, Morocco. Clearly, we're missing. Even though we have our own strategy in place that was released last year. But as of the time that this was produced, you have some key leaders: Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, Egypt. Those things are important. Policies are important. And that's really when we talk about government and the role of government. Policies are important. Just to digress a little bit. We have, for those of you who may not know about MREIF, the Murphy Real Estate Investment Fund, MREIF, MREIF.com.ng is where you find information about it. It is a mortgage program for Nigerians at 9.75% interest rate, and you can get it for up to 20 years, depending upon your age. That is a function of a government policy. That government wants to ensure that they increase the number of people that have access to mortgages. So you can get a mortgage at an interest rate that is far below even MPR, far below what the banks lend. That's a government policy. Because no bank will give you a loan at 9.75%. You and I know that. But government policy said we will create a system where we bring different types of capital together to ensure that Nigerians who qualify can get mortgages at 9.75% up to 20-25 years tenure. That's the impact of a government policy. And this is real. It is working. So for those of you who may not know about it, you can go to mreif.com.ng and get more information, and you can even apply for it through your primary mortgage bank and benefit from it. That's an example of a government policy. So we can do the same thing in terms of government policies in the AI space that puts you and I at an advantage compared to others. That provides opportunities for us to become more successful in this era of AI. Language representation. I talked about the issue of languages. English ranks top when it comes to language representation in the AI ecosystem. Chinese, followed by European languages, and Africa, of course, again, is far back. When you do searches, performance, there's a 10% performance drop when it comes to speech recognition using our accents compared to others, because they've clearly done a lot of research to make sure that there are a lot more data sets that recognize their accents compared to ours. Over 2,000 languages that are disadvantaged because clearly we have not invested in ensuring that the AI applications recognize those languages. So if that's the only language that you speak, tough luck. Cultural context that I mentioned, fairness and accuracy at risk. Now, what are some of the sectors that have benefited the most from AI so far? Finance, of course, is leading. We've seen the fact that they have ready infrastructure. They've invested in infrastructure over time. So upgrading that infrastructure into AI-compliant platforms is much easier for them. Data advantage, they have billions of gigabytes of data that they have accumulated over years. Telephone companies that have accumulated a lot, so they can mine that data to come up with better decision making, whether it is in terms of credit rating, credit scoring, mobile money, fraud detection to determine whether or not you are engaged in any fraudulent activities, compliance or non-compliance as the case may be, cross-border transactions between countries, as well as micro loans that are being issued. Clearly, the finance sector has an advantage over others as far as that is concerned. We can clearly see, even in Nigeria, the number of unicorns that we have, from Flutterwave OPay, InterSwitch, and so many more of those. It shows you that this is a sector that has taken advantage and is way ahead compared to the other sectors. Agriculture. What are some of the things that we can use AI for when it comes to soil analysis? I don't know how many of you have seen the analysis of soil. It's quite detailed. The amount of samples they have to take to be able to do that analysis. So when it comes to soil analysis, this is an area where AI can become very useful. When we talk about yield optimization, we have one of the lowest yields across different crop types in Africa compared to other regions. AI can help us in really increasing our crop optimization or yield optimization in terms of the precision of the application of water, the precision in terms of the application of fertilizer, even pesticides. Because based on the soil analysis, based on the leaf analysis, you can determine how much water that plant needs. Based on the analysis of the leaves and the soil, you can determine how much fertilizer you need, so you don't apply too much of it. Based on the analysis of the soil, of the leaves, and the insects around there, you can determine how much pesticides can be applied. The use of drones. These are specific applications. And I ask all of you in here that may be thinking about tech companies. Have you given any thought to that? Thinking about the fact that a large percentage of Africans, 60% of our workforce, are involved in one form of agriculture or the other. And our very existence is a function of how productive we are from an agricultural standpoint. It creates tremendous opportunities in that space. How much of that work are you thinking about doing or are you doing? Weather prediction, market access. How do we cut out a lot of these, quite frankly, middlemen and women that are a nuisance as far as I'm concerned? Most middlemen want to make more money than the person who owned the crops, who made the investments. We need to use AI to get rid of most of them. If they want to make money, let them also go to primary production, get their own land and invest in producing it, rather than exploiting those who have sweated and farmers who have done that. AI can do that. Can connect farmers straight to the markets with precision in terms of the prices of the products at any time. Those are opportunities that we have. Water management. Water is good for crops, but if you put too much water, you destroy it. How do we use AI to ensure that we're determining how much water is required based on where you are and what time it is, what season, to administer the right amount of water? Healthcare, telemedicine, remote care. If there is any country that requires the application of AI for telemedicine, it is Nigeria. We all know why. Most of our medical professionals have jackpot. And so the number of doctors we have available for our people has reduced significantly. So we need to begin to look for alternative ways to provide health care despite that challenge, because it takes 6, 7, and sometimes 10 years to train a medical professional before they can start practicing. So even if we wanted all of those people, we either have to import them right away, or we begin to train them. And even if we were to start today, by the time those guys train and they can help you and I, it is at least 7 years from now. In the meantime, what do we do? What do we do? Telemedicine. Drug distribution is another area. How smart are the systems that are used for distributing drugs within our environment? We're doing some work at the moment, Medipool, finding ways to make sure that we are able to source drugs and distribute them and reduce cost. Because, after a lot of the macroeconomic changes, a lot of common drugs, whether it's for hypertension, for diabetes, and common conditions, went up by 600-700%. And so many people can't even afford, the amount of money they make is not even enough to buy their drugs. But what you find is that if you do proper analysis, a lot of the increased cost came from inefficient distribution mechanisms and logistics costs. How do we find solutions for those? Epidemic surveillance. To what extent can we predict that an epidemic is about to hit us before it consumes us? What algorithms can we use? What systems can we use? Those are applications of AI. because it's a lot smarter and uses data in a more intelligent way to predict the outbreak of diseases. Can we predict the next COVID? And I say this because so often we depend on external parties finding solutions for us. But when someone is struggling for their own survival, they don't have time for you. During COVID, most of the countries made sure they placed embargo on the export of vital drugs outside their country, including, countries that we normally do business with, because they were in survival mode. So peradventure, it happens again. To what extent are we prepared to make sure that we are self-sufficient? We are not depending on external parties to come to our rescue. Medical imaging and the analysis of that. When they do an X-ray, they do an MRI, how quickly can we analyze that using AI techniques to determine a diagnosis for you and even prescribe treatment for you? That's our reality. Education and learning, personalized learning. No two people have the same learning needs. We are at different levels and at different stages in our lives when it comes to learning. Can the system predict what your learning needs are and tell you what topics to take, depending upon what outcomes you expect, what you're trying to learn or do? Multilingual translation, skills gap analysis, the use of AI to determine what your skills gap are in order to be able to prepare what your learning content should be, what materials you should use. The verification of your credentials. Teacher support, even teachers. Teachers can't give what they don't have. What are we doing to train the teachers? A teacher that can't speak English can't teach you English. Even if they call themselves an English teacher. How do we move forward? Infrastructure is fundamental. Reliable energy, universal broadband, computing infrastructure, regional cooperation, and then green energy imperatives. To what extent are we taking advantage of natural sources of energy? Solar, wind, hydro. One of the major challenges that we're going to have, but it's also an opportunity, is around talent. It's around talent. With all due respect, it's good to aspire to become entertainers, to be in showbiz. But we also need to spend enough time building talents and skills that are relevant in the AI era. Most of these countries and companies that are worth trillions, these guys can't dance to save their lives. Neither can they act to save their lives. They've invested in developing and acquiring skills that give them an advantage in the AI era. So let us not confuse entertainment with advancement. So as you make decisions as to how you want to pivot in your career, choose wisely. Choose wisely. Most of the people that are in entertainment field are barely surviving. Forget about all the Instagram nonsense you see. Most of the ones that show as if they are succeeding, they are not. They are struggling. They borrow people's clothes to do those posts. The car that they are there posing with doesn't belong to them. It's somebody's car parked at the mall. So don't be confused. Acquire knowledge, develop skills, be proficient, and have a clear roadmap as to where you're going. Some of the things that we all have to be aware of: algorithm bias. which again, I've spoken about that, to make sure privacy and security of our data. Job displacement, I think I've spoken enough about that. Like I said, be ready for displacements. Be ready for becoming irrelevant. But you own what it takes to make sure that you're not irrelevant. In summary, this is what I would say. We need to put in place finance mechanisms. How do we finance AI and the advancements? We see a number of sources, domestic resources. How much of the resources can we mobilize domestically? You know, the biggest mistake and the biggest lie they tell us is the fact that we're a poor country. It's total BS. They are messing up with our brains to make us look inferior, feel inferior, and think we do not have resources. You cannot have a continent that has the largest deposit of raw materials that fits the world's industry, be a poor country. But you would be a country if you allow someone to tell you that you're poor. So how do we use a lot of these things to our disadvantage? The energy resources, lithium, cobalt, that the continent has in abundance. How do we take advantage of that today? So we need to mobilize our own resources, whether they are raw materials, whether it's financial resources, to start this journey. DFIs, whether it's World Bank, African Development Bank, Afrexim Bank, these are all development financial institutions that we need to be able to engage in mobilizing the resources that are required. Of course, private sector. Our pension fund alone is already 25 trillion naira of capital. 80% of that is invested in fixed income securities. Do you know why? Because we are not originating good deals to take to them. When we did MREEF, we took just a small ticket size of 100 billion. We got it subscribed in less than 3 weeks because there are opportunities. What kind of investment opportunities in AI are we taking to private sector to invest in? We need to be innovative when it comes to putting together financing. Call to action. For government, like I said, those of you who work for government, raise your hand again. Don't hide this time. Maybe you think, I'm not going to pick on you. Raise your hand if you work in government. Dear Africa, I was expecting more people from government in this room. They're hiding. We'll find you. But for government, the first is really about an AI strategy. I know one came out last year, but we need to do a lot more. I wish Nida was here, and I'm going to talk to them about that. Invest in infrastructure and skills. We need to upskill and reskill our people. It's fundamental. Creating the regulatory environment that ensures that people don't abuse that. I'm sure if you have not been duped before, somebody's going to make a phone call with you with your mother's picture asking for money, and you actually think it's your mother. And you send the money only to discover that it was really not your mother. Or they're going to send you an email, answer all the questions. You think you're testing them, but they can answer all the questions better than you expect. And you only find out later that you transferred money to an AI mother. So the ability to have regulatory environments that will checkmate those types of things are fundamental. Of course, fostering regional cooperation amongst African countries. Private sector. We expect private sector to invest in scalable African solutions that are peculiar to Africans, build database of computing skills and capabilities, partner in skills development. So it's not just about making profit, but investing some of that profit in developing our people's capabilities. Ethical AI principles should be used to underpin what we do, and of course, facilitate technology and knowledge transfer. And finally, if we truly want to become a powerhouse for AI, some fundamental things we need to think about as a continent. One, innovation hubs. That creates the environment that fosters innovation of our people. It is difficult for individuals to do that. It is a partnership between private sector, public sector, as well as civil society. Second is job creation. Because as we think about job displacement and displacing our people, we need to also be proactive in terms of how do we use the opportunities to create more jobs for our people. Because the less jobs we have, the more unstable our societies will be and the more vulnerable we will be. If you look at, we did some work looking at the difference between insecurity in some states. I think it was Kano, Jigawa, and Yobe, for instance. The number of planting cycles per year, the more planting cycles you had per year, the less criminal activities you have. Because it means each planting cycle of, say, rice or maize is 4 months. So if you do 2 cycles, that's 8 months. The only time you have idle is 4 months. But if you're able to do 3, it means throughout the year you're farming. So the people after going to the farm have no time to engage in atrocious behaviors. So the more we deliberately create job opportunities for our people, the more secure our societies and environments will be. The more wealth we create and the more prosperity we give to our people. Of course, economic growth, and I don't mean economic growth just by GDP, but inclusive economic growth. In terms of ensuring that as the economy grows, people are also growing. Prosperity is growing. Net household incomes are also growing. More people are owning their own homes. More people are creating multi-generational wealth. Of course, cultural preservation. We can't afford to desecrate our culture. We can't afford to desecrate our cultural values at the altar of innovation or advancement. We cannot import behaviors and cultural tendencies in our society simply because they're occurring somewhere else. We need to know where we are and preserve who we are, because that is the only way that we ensure that AI does not happen to us in a negative way. Thank you very much.
Let's have that round of applause again. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. I have a couple of questions for him as well. And if you also have some questions, I'd like you to note it down so you can ask him. But before we go on to the questions, I'd like to welcome the CP, Commissioner of Police, Uche Ifeanyi. Is also the director of the NPF and NCCC, which is the Nigerian Police Force National Cybercrime Center. Please, a round of applause, please. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome, sir. Okay, so question time. If you have any questions from our previous speaker, would you like to? Can I see a show of hands? Questions? For me, I like the part of the soil analysis. I feel like agriculture is a very, very strong angle that we can actually address this and use AI for maximum exposure. Being able to know, hey, okay, it's time to fertilize, it's time to irrigate, and I don't just take those decisions randomly. Thanks very, very much for that insight, sir. All right, so anyone else with any question or contribution? All right, sir. Do you want to?
All right, thank you very much, sir, for your teachings. It was really eye-opening, and my questions are about data centers. If you look around the world, in the Western world, people are complaining about the ecological impact of these Western data centers. That, communities around where they are built, they are complaining, they are protesting. And you talked about we getting more. You understand? Because, in the ranking between South Africa, Egypt, maybe our number is lesser. Are we not concerned about the ecological impact of these data centers as part of the sovereignty we should be talking about? Because it's not everything about technology that we should take. We should ask questions. What is the impact on our sustainability in the future? So I wanted to ask about that. Isn't that a concern, sir? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Mfono Kun. I'm a professional visual artist. Thank you very much. I'm excited to be here. I came in from Akwa Ibom State for this program. it's not actually mine is not really a question, but it's just a kind of appreciation because I happen to be born in the 60s and I've been able to live in the 25 centuries to see the difference. What we used to say then, that there will come a time that AI or computer will take over. And I am a living witness to see these things happening right now. As I was discussing with the chairman, I told him right now there is no difference between the arts and science. The thing has come in because AI has been able to seal the game. And I thank God for looking at the generation. I've seen what is happening and you people are doing an awesome job. My child was, during the COVID-19, while we were in the house, they will stay awake because of the generational differences. They will stay awake and they will study and read Korean language online while we were sleeping. And the way I've also come and realize is that our generation today, the children today, my grandchild, if you give him a phone, as a matter of fact, something happened. My grandchild of 5 years old was able to lock my Android phone. I could not open it. So that is the generation that we are seeing today. So AI has come to stay with us, and let us appreciate it and see how best we can make use of it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, sir. So we're going to take two more questions, but I'll let him answer these two before we proceed.
But I don't know if the second one is a question. I think it was more of an observation. You're my brother. You're right about the whole ecological impact of it. But let me tell you this. It's the same thing that the whole idea of going green, quote unquote, that they say, oh, hydrocarbons are bad for you, that is bad for you. The fact is, when you ask that family out there that when no one is working and they have zero income and they're barely surviving, their priorities are different. They're different. Someone who, like they say in Africa, when you have eaten and your stomach is full, you can start imagining all kinds of stuff. But the person who is still at that rudimentary level that they are in survival mode, their needs are different. So we are also at the point where, yes, there may be some negative ecological effect of having as many data centers as possible, but there are also solutions, which is why I talked about renewable energy sources, because one of the major complaints that people complain when it comes to the proliferation of data centers is the amount of energy it consumes and the amount of heat it generates within the system. But today, you can have 1.5 gigawatts of solar energy that can be used to power very many data centers. I was in China recently in Tianjin district. They have they have solar power on water, panels on water, large, more than a gigawatt of power from that source. You don't hear any noise. You don't have the same type of thing if you were to generate that same amount of power from gas turbines, as an example. You also have solar, you have wind. So again, it's an opportunity for us to use those natural sources of energy to power those data centers and reduce the ecological impact of it. But the amount of what we are contributing to those issues is negligible compared to what is happening anywhere else. So we cannot, with all due respect, we cannot be crying for somebody else. We need to provide jobs for our people. We need to increase household income for our people. We need to make sure that we're running an economy that is inclusive. Sometimes we have to make some of those compromises, but we have to. We're endowed with gas, we're endowed with petrol. Let's use it. Mine as much of it as possible to invest in our economy, develop our economy. Because guess what? The same people are telling us that carbon is bad. They are reviving their coal plants. They're increasing how much hydrocarbons they are using to power their industries because they need to grow their economies. So we need to know who we are, what we're trying to accomplish, and not be dictated to by others for things really and truly is not our priority. Thank you.
My name is Onyuku Andrew Chinedu. I'm an entrepreneur. My question goes like this. What precautions do we take while AI is taking our personal data? Because I know there are a lot of fears and rumors out there that definitely AI is going to take over the world and maybe ruin the world out there. So I don't know, is there any precautions we need to take while AI is taking our personal data? Thank you.
Good day, sir. I'm Kukola Olatubeloba. I'm a creative designer. So actually, I'm going to be talking about the knowledge aspect. Now, you're talking about agriculture and inclusion of AI in agriculture and some other things. Now, let's look at the farmers. Some of them are not they're not well educated. How are you planning to educate them or give them information about AI? And also, someone like me, I'm also craving to learn more about artificial intelligence. But where are the learning platforms for us to learn about artificial intelligence? Thank you very much, sir.
You can't take any more questions. He was next person. No, he said he indicated.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Engineer Adesanwo from Ogun State Water Corporation, the Assistant General Manager for Planning, Research and Strategy. So I saw this advert on the online, and digitalization is our next move, and I found it so important, necessary for me to be here. So I have to come from Ogun State right away to be at this conference so that we can share experience on having a digitalized process via production and commercial, our commercial area. You discover that some of water corporation nationwide are not doing good. They're actually producing, but they are not maximizing, they are not getting the required revenue as required. So having our system digitalized now will help us to maximize our production and also get our investment back. You will see that it's a critical issue in the Nigeria nowadays that most of the water corporations, they are not even making profit, they are not even breaking even, talk less of making money. So therefore, you will see that it looks like more of a epileptic operation. So how can we improve better? I think it's better for us to attract and adopt this AI issue on our production line and on our commercial line. So I'm here today, probably I will be able to see a group of firms that are on that side of engineering side that we can discuss, we can interact, and look at how we can have a real-time data generation on production and a real-time customer response in terms of revenue generation. So that is the purpose of my personal being here this afternoon. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that. So the first question had to do with what types of steps must be taken for preserving personal data that is being used. Again, like I said before, I think it's at different levels. There is the responsibility of the regulatory agencies of government. Fortunately, we have government agencies that are focused on ensuring that they preserve the privacy and the confidentiality of personal data. I think there's a law in place to protect your data and ensure that there's supervision on that. But there's also one that you have to take responsibility as well, which is why I talked about educating yourself about the response. How much, when somebody is deceiving you to collect data from you, how can you easily tell online? It's not every time a page comes up and is asking for your data that you just provide. So you also have a personal responsibility to make sure that you can easily dictate when people are taking data that they shouldn't be collecting from you. The issue of farmers, you're right. Many of our farmers are not literate, but this is how I look at it. There is a way you can use the data that you're collecting through AI and how you translate that to the farmers. Predicting weather tendencies, for instance, when there's going to be a flood. The farmer doesn't have to be AI literate for you to pass on the information about the right time to plant and the right time not to plant. the ability to gather the data, do the predictive analysis, interpret it, is different from the consumption of that information. And that is why many of the state agencies and government agencies and even private sector organizations can take responsibility and should for doing a lot of that analysis using AI techniques and AI tools, and then ensuring that the farmers are advised accordingly. It's like you and I. We are not medical doctors, but there are systems that will take our data, when they take our lab samples, do the analysis, and they'll present that data to us that will begin to change our behavior. These days, when you go to a lab and they do analysis, if it's normal, it's in black. If it's abnormal, it's in red. Right? But you don't need to be a lab scientist. You don't need to be a medical doctor to be able to interpret that. So it's all about how we gather the data, process it, and how we communicate it to change behaviors. And I think the same thing can be applied in the case of farmers. You also talked about where can you learn? I think you can reach out to Digital Africa. I think there are some series on tools that you can learn more about some of those. You can reach out to Digital Africa. They can direct you accordingly. My brother from Ogun State, thank you very much for making the trip. That's really taking responsibility for your own destiny and your own future. Again, you can reach out to Digital Africa in terms of what types of tools that can be helpful for you in terms of even productivity as well as effective water usage for dams. I mean, I've been to quite a good number of dams across the country. I know that is one area that the ability for water management, because a lot of the dams provide water for different channels and for irrigation purposes. I think there are a lot of applications that can be used to make sure that we're not wasting the water, whether it is water going into homes or water going for irrigation purposes. There are different applications that can be developed to achieve that. Again, I think you can follow up with Digital Africa to get some guide on that. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, so it's been a good time. And right about now, I'd like us to just, sir, can we take a couple of photos, if you don't mind? Great. All right. So, Mr. Biodu, I'd like to step forward. Professor Prema, please just join us for this photo, please. Okay. Photographers. Okay, right after the photos, we'll just take a few minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Let's connect and also stop by the booths and see the services out there that we can basically learn what they're working on and what they're doing. So just 10 minutes and then we'll come back and then we're going to dive right into the first panel session where we're going to learn a lot more. I'm going to dive deeper into the reason that we are here today.
Hello? Hello? Hello, admin? Hello, admin? Hello, admin? Hello? Hello, admin? Hello? Hello? Hello, admin? Are you able to, can you hear my sound? Admin, are you able to?
I'd like us to start walking back to the hall. Let's come back and listen to this next session. Hello, everyone.
What about the sound?
Hi, everyone. Hello, everyone. It's time to join back the session. Hi, guys. Hello, everyone. Hello. Okay, it's time to go back in. Everyone, come on. Okay, let's run up in 2 minutes. We have 2 minutes to get seated in. Hello, everyone. We have about 1 minute to come back, so we can proceed. Everyone in the back. Ushers, can you help us with redirecting everyone back here? Thank you. This is a panel session on AI and policy. Together, I'll be framing Africa's AI future, building sovereign governance models. This will be an interesting session. Ushers, how's it going? And right after that, we'll be having a demo presentation from Mama, an African-centered AI for child language processing. Boluwaji Fagbuaru, are you here? Oh, great. Good to see you. All right, so get ready. After this session, we would like to hear the awesome stuff you're working on at Mama. Okay. Can we get started? All those behind, you don't want to miss out on this session. Please come back in and let's get started together. So for this session, we have Professor Joe Amadi Echendu, an emeritus professor of engineering and technology management from the University of Pretoria. Professor Joe Amadi, are you available? Oh, great, great. Oh, great. So we'll be having him join us remotely. Secondly, we have Professor A. Prema Kirubakaran. She's the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Central Admin and HOD, Information Technology and Systems, Now University of Nigeria. You're welcome, ma'am. Everybody put your hands together, please. Please, yes, please. Also on this session is Serena Anatu, Senior Data Analytics Consultant in the United Kingdom. She's joining us. All right, she'll be joining us remotely as well. Dr. Bayero Agabi. Dr. Bayero Agabi is the President, Center for Cyber Awareness and Development. Dr. Bayero, are you with us today? Okay. And lastly here, Bosun Ayeni is the MD CEO of CompuMetrics Solution. But before I hand back the mic over, I'd like also to introduce our moderator, Angela Agbegri. She's a communications and public relations professional. All right, guys, enjoy this session.
You guys don't put your hands together for me. That's not nice. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to be back at the Digital Africa Conference. I'm hearing everybody telling their stories of how they've been a part of it for 13 years, 10 years, 5 years. Well, I'm happy to be back here for the second time. A round of applause for me. Thank you. So we've heard a lot. So far, so good during day one of the 13th Digital Africa Conference on Sovereign Intelligence, Africa's Voice in the Global AI Order. And I must say that Dr. Takang's submission definitely spurred me to think about so many things. In fact, the first time I was here, a lot of the submissions that were presented by our panelists had me thinking about a lot of things. It had me thinking, for one, about upskilling, which is a very, very important factor of the day and age that we're living in right now, because we already know AI is here to stay. So let's not deceive ourselves that our jobs are secure. All right, so let's quickly get into introducing our panelists for this panel session, AI and Policy, on Framing Africa's AI Future, Building Sovereign Governance Models. Now, as Fela has already called out, we've got Professor A. Prema Kirubakaran, who is here with us physically. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Please, a round of applause for her. So just to quickly read out what this personality is all about, she's the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Central Administration, Director of AQAC, and Head of ITIS at the Nile University of Nigeria. She has 23 years of academic and research experience in India, Nigeria, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and Libya. Postdoctoral work in quantum computing applied to agriculture, Lincoln University, Malaysia. Research interests, image processing, AI, and quantum computing. Published 70 plus research articles and 12 books. Holds patents and international copyrights. Article reviewer for Springer and several SCI journals. BOS member in multiple universities. Recipient of awards including Best Outgoing Student by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, Best Researcher, Best Professor, and Young Scientist, involved in renowned record attempts, the India Book, the Asia Book, the Guinness World Records, participates in cancer awareness initiatives for children and women in Nigeria via the Okapi Foundation, and a trained glider pilot. My goodness, I would have hated you in school. Please, we need to clap for this lady sitting up here. All right. And we've got online, because this is a hybrid session, of course, Professor Joe Amadi Echendu. He's an accomplished engineering and technology management expert with over 45 years in academia and industry. He's an emeritus professor at the University of Pretoria in South Africa. Extraordinarius Professor of Operations Management at the University of South Africa. He's also a registered professional engineer, South Africa, and chartered engineer, UK. Experience spans manufacturing, mining, petrochemical, and utilities, and he chairs the board of directors at the International Society of Engineering Asset Management. He's also the treasurer, board of directors, International Association for the Management of Technology. Great to meet you, Professor Joe. A round of applause for him as well as he joins us online. And our final panel member here present, Serena Hanatu, data analytics consultant specializing in financial services, extensive experience in transforming organizational data into strategic insights, strong background in data science, economics and financial mathematics, develops data operating models and literacy programs for improved AI and analytics adoption, ensures solutions align with governance frameworks and emerging policies, and is also committed to making advanced data capabilities accessible and impactful for businesses. A round of applause for her. So as you heard, we have, we're in good hands today because we have the experts here with us. So you're welcome once again. And without further ado, there's some questions that need answering today. And this panel is set up for that purpose. How do we ensure data sovereignty? And how do we ensure that Africa is not exploited? Because one size truly does not fit all. So thankfully, we have our experts in-house who will be telling us, or answering some questions rather, that we might have on this particular subject matter. So I want to dive right into my first question. And I want to start with, what are the unique socio-economic and cultural factors on the African continent that should shape AI governance models, so we don't find ourselves copying from the US, EU, the European countries, because those factors cannot particularly apply to the African continent. So let me start with that, Professor.
Good afternoon. Hope everybody's fine. Okay, fine. To answer to that question, first you should question yourself. Are you going to copy the idea from the Western world or the Eastern world, or are you going to have your own ideas? Are you going to go for a brain drain? You may ask that question to me. You are also a brain drain. No, I'm MBD. That means married brain drain. I go across every continent because of my husband. So it's called married brain drain. So when you take all these into account, you need to train yourself like how you train the missions using AI principles and concepts. You have to train yourself to solve the issues and problems that you're going to face when you're going to do it. All the points that were covered by Dr. Armstrong, the CEO, I was very happy the way he was explaining from the beginning to the end, and he stopped by telling that by 2030 AI is going to do it. But my dear people, please listen. 2030 AI is going to be replaced by OI, organoid intelligence. So you're not going to work only for AI. You need to take into OI also into concept. And regarding data, I think there's a data expert to answer for that. Even before that, the data storage is going to be in quantum computing using quantum servers. So there are a lot of changes that is coming up, whether it is culturally bound or technically bound. You should prepare yourself to train yourself and to face, because the technology field is coming up with changes every second, and you need to be ready to do it. And Dr. Armstrong also listed out some professions that are going to die. But there are 3 professions that are never going to die. The number 1 is doctors, number 2, teachers, and number 3, chefs. So you need to try to transform yourself, how you're going to adapt these things and be trained.
Thank you so much, Dr. Prema, for that submission. So now we're talking about transitioning from AI to OI. Does the scariness stop?
No, something else after OI is going to come, because like when we compare China is with 10G. Where are we now? China is 10G because I heard Dr. Armstrong telling that China, when you compare China, US and UK are far behind. China is far ahead because of the population, because of the cultural integrity. Though they go abroad to US and UK for their higher studies, they come back. they come back. So now with the 10G, they are stepping up into 15G. So there's a step forward. So we, as Africans, we should learn what is next and how we are going to adapt to it, how the technology is going to help us to do it. Even if you want to learn something, you go abroad, you learn, spend there 5 years and come back here to build your nation, to build your continent. And
that's really the important thing. You go somewhere else, you learn something, and you have to bring it back, and of course, make it domiciled where you come from. Thank you so much, Professor Prema, for that. Now let's go to Professor Echendu, who's online. Hello, Professor Joe.
Hello, good afternoon from Pretoria. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Great. Can you hear us?
Okay. Yes, I can.
Excellent. So it's wonderful to meet you.
Thank you.
Yes, so we're here talking about the unique socioeconomic and cultural factors that Africa is experiencing. Now, how can African countries begin to tailor AI laws that suit our peculiar situation so that we're not doing this copy and pasting from the European countries or from the Americas?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. Before I answer the question, I just want to say hello to Dr. Takang and Roharen in the audience, Nirma, Bosu, and a whole host of other people. I would have loved to be there in Abuja with you. I prefer to do this in person, but anyway, so this is what it is. The 13th Digital Africa, well done. There's more to do. So thank you very much for the opportunity. Let me just latch on to Dr. Takang's keynote. Artificial intelligence is not new. Artificial intelligence is as old as the humanity itself. Because the first thing humanity did was to imitate nature. And so that is intelligence in the nature. In fact, our mathematical equations that we wrote from the day one, those are all artificial intelligence. The only thing that's made it sound new right now is because we've got enough digitization and enough memory in terms of digitalization that makes it all possible. And of course, I remember Dr. Takang referring to neural networks and so on that we did in the 80s and so on. So it is not new. So let me make another categorical statement before I get on to answering your question. Embracing artificial intelligence is not an option. I believe Dr. Takang also says that. The real challenge right now is how do we balance AI's power with the human strengths? What is unique about humanity and how do we balance that? Now let's look at the case of Nigeria, coming towards your question. We know that there's so much excitement around AI right now. However, that excitement in Nigeria is by very, very few of us because you're looking at a country of over 200 million. So it sounds to me, and I know some of you can imagine this, a significant percentage of Nigerians have never heard about AI, and many more have no idea of what the concepts are. So when you're talking about laws, you're making laws for the general population. And when you have a general population that has never heard about AI, just let's go back one step. This might be a bit controversial, but I just want to make the point, and I'll come back to the issue of data later on. But let me make the point. We have an electoral system where there were over 90-something million Nigerians who were eligible to vote, but only about 9 million voted for the president that we have right now. So there you go, let alone AI. Can you imagine what the numbers are? Now, intelligence, whether or not it's AI, cannot be detached from the individual or the group's identity, the morals and value systems. That is why I gave you this example of the electoral statistic in terms of, so to make laws regarding AI in Nigeria becomes something very, very tricky when you take, for example, that even to vote in somebody as president, only about 9 million or 10 million does that. So that's a bit tricky. So if you take the overall percentage of number of people that actually voted in the last election, they were not up to 30-something million. Yet we have over 90-something million registered, and we have over 220 million. So those are a very, very intriguing challenge. Then the other issue that I just want to raise upfront is that the policy cannot be aimed at the Nigeria level. And I like what my colleague in the panel that just spoke just said. What makes China so great about it is population. What makes India so great about it? Population. Now, if you don't, and these are the things that have put them in terms of challenging the US, who already had sort of, if you like, an advantage in terms of the technology, but they quickly caught up simply because of population. So the policy at the Nigeria level, I think that's a bit tricky. It might be that we start looking at making policy in the same way that we have the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, that we start looking at AI policy or AI agreement at that level, so that you have this major population. If you take into consideration the point that I made earlier, that less than 5% or 10% of Nigerians are actually actively engaged with AI, or at least excited about it. Now, if you take the whole continent of 1.2, 1.3 billion, well, that gives you a better chance of getting this thing going. I have a few other things to say, but I think I'll pause for now. Maybe I'll wait for the next question.
Yes, thank you so much, Professor Joe, for that submission. Do we have Serena online? Unfortunately, we do not have Serena, so we're dealing with two panelists, that is. All right, so great. So Dr. Joe has said a host of things really that apply to the Nigerian context. So I want to dive into my next question, Professor Prema. What are the first steps Africa should begin to look into if we want to talk about regulating the usage of AI in this part of the world?
Okay. So there was a question from one of the participants here who asked, like, how are we going to educate the farmers? You need to look back, like China, India are already doing it through the agencies that is there. So you want to get educated, you should start from your schools. You can't say how we can start it, because I had these engaged people here teaching students through their app, right? Which they are going to launch itself. It should be in a disciplined and in a ethical way.
But I can't help but feel like this might pose a significant challenge to a country like Nigeria, for example, because we can't leave out the grassroots areas. And of course, we know the challenges that they experience at that particular level. Now, of course, you've been doing some work here in Nigeria, so I'm sure you've had one or two causes or reasons to, interact with people from the grassroots levels. So how would you say we would be able to achieve this, especially putting them into the equation? Because it's usually more challenging when you have to focus on the rural areas. In the urban areas, of course, yes, that access is there. You gave the example of what's going to happen in December at the Jabi Lake Mall. This is an urban area. So yes, it's easier for parents or children or, like you said, AI enthusiasts and the rest to transport themselves to these areas. Then you have to talk about teacher training and curriculum and whatnot. And of course, it's going to start off in the urban areas before it trickles down. So how do we look into addressing this so that we're actually carrying everyone along, so that everyone is moving at the same pace?
So yeah, the government should pitch into it. The first major challenge why it is not reaching the rural area is because of the Wi-Fi issues, the electricity issues. So the NGOs and the government should work together to rectify all these things. Though we have a lot of funds and funders, I mean, a lot of people are ready to invest here. But because of the government policies and challenges here, things are getting delayed. So you young citizens or young aspirants should join hands so that it reaches both the rural and the urban, whatever development is coming. If the engaged people are here, so there's a plea from my side, don't choose only Jabi Lake Mall. Choose anything that is very near the next rural area to implement your process, because though they don't know what is augmented reality or virtual reality, you will be the first person to reach out to them to show that there's something like this that will encourage them to learn, come forward, to put their concentration in there. And whenever I stand in a traffic signal, I see a lot of young boys cleaning the car, cleaning the thing. So I immediately stop and ask my driver, why are they here? Why can't you put them back into the school? They said, Ma, even if we take them, they come back to the roads. So the awareness should start from there. In India and China, the policy is no child below 12 years should be working. Do we have such policies here? Do we have here? So whatever AI, OI, quantum computing, whatever is going to come, we need to first eradicate the basic need, the basic problem that is existing here. So the entire Africa will be equipped with what we are. Nigerians are no less than intelligence. I give a programming code to my student, within seconds I get a solution. He's equipped well, he learns all the courses that is available free on the line. Online courses like Coursera or HP, all these are giving free online courses. They equip themselves and they are doing it. Like you have your NYC programs. These NYC programs should be implemented and started from the rural areas. So AI and all the technologies through these students will be carried there, and all the people around Nigeria will be equipped.
Thank you so much, Professor Prema. Let me come to the audience now. How many of us are going home for Christmas? Or have plans at least to go home for Christmas? Just a quick show of hands. Of course, it's a culture in Nigeria, so you can use the opportunity to begin to educate. Because really, what you said is a very salient thing. Even in your local community, even if you live in the FCT or you're from Lagos, you can find local children and begin to educate them from there. Okay, moving on now. Professor Joe, you've been hearing what we've been saying here, and it's something that you even happened to mention about data still being something that is a luxury in this part of the world, and not something that most people have access to. And now we're talking about the first steps to regulating AI, and I'm talking about how we're going to be able to achieve that and also carry along the rural areas.
Yeah, I'm not so sure I'm able to answer some of that, but let me try. First thing is, we all agree, and I think Dr. Takang also pointed out some of the things that AI sovereignty will depend on, and which ones can we really get involved in terms of Nigeria if you're going to make policy and so on. Well, number one is data. Okay, so where does the data come from? It comes from the people. And let me just put a very painful part of us arguing about the sovereignty and saying we want to be in charge of our own data. Just as many of us are in the audience right now, if I asked how many of you actually have correct age declaration, so the digital public infrastructure in Nigeria that contains a lot of your data, that a lot of the AI will be based on, especially on demographics and population type issues. First of all, it's no brainer. We know that it's typical in Nigeria to falsify age declaration. That already messes up whatever you're going to do in terms of your planning, population plan, whatever you do. Forget about it's your sovereign data, but you already are giving the wrong data, and already you're messing up your whole AI system. So where does this sovereignty begin? Are we looking at sovereignty as being, some sort of government policy that tells you, well, government policy in Nigeria does not encourage anybody to lie about their age. But that is so common in Nigeria that you have so many of that information, that basic data that is so common that you're going to build your AI models. Those of you who have been involved in, building, doing machine learning and building digital twins, especially when you come into quantitative type things, already you've got some, complete crap. Sorry to use that language, but that is the reality. So this sovereignty, where does it begin? If we can't even, as Nigerians, put in the correct data, even just of our date of birth in the system, so that our digital public infrastructure has that data, then you can begin to build models. Then you can start looking at population. Then where does the sovereignty begin? And I think that's the real challenge for me, and that's one message that I want to leave with you. But let me just point out a few other things. Should this sovereignty be built around the rule of individuals instead of the rule of law? Because again, I'm going to be very particular about Nigeria, where we have decided in the way that we do things that it's about the rule of individuals and not the rule of law. There's enough evidence to back that up, and I don't want to go, because we have so many vigilante groups, we have banditry, we have militant courts and all of those things. These are all non-state justice systems or judicial systems or whatever, and they're all running, and that they're all generating data. And so that means that your AI models that you start building in terms of being sovereign is going to be based on that kind of data, which is actually not about the rule of law, but about the rule of individuals. Let me just again point out a few other things. If you go through the 2024 draft national AI strategy, there are a number of things that are pointed out there. But I just want to highlight a few other points. One, if you look at the AI maturity index for Africa, when you look at infrastructure, for example, or the overall ranking, Nigeria ranks number 8 overall. Nigeria ranks number 8. If you look at digital skills in terms of our ranking, we rank number 16 amongst the African countries. If you look at data itself, we rank number 4. If you look at infrastructure, we rank number 9. And if you look at governance, Nigeria ranks number 21 amongst African countries. And if you look at investment, we rank, number 11. Now, these are all indices that will help you to. So, coming back to your original question, if the source of the data, being us, Nigerians, is already falsified and it's already in our DNA in terms of falsifying data, then where does the sovereignty begin?
Thank you so much for that. Professor Joe honestly gave us quite a lot to think about. Africa is in quite a conundrum when we're not gathering data and statistics accurately. That is a major, major challenge. But, with this in view, Professor Prema, how do we balance this now? How do we balance innovation with safety if we want to make AI rules that apply to the African continent?
AI with safety. Why are you talking about safety only for AI? Where's safety for individuals here? How do you protect as an individual? How do you have your safety? You have your own precautions. Similarly, the AI safety depends on how much you are using it. Even I want to tell another thing. Yesterday, the Singapore introduced that toddlers, no Wi-Fi, no internet, no social media. They banned totally because they underwent a lot of issues, toddlers using much of TikToks and other things. So they had to form a hard and fast rule. Same thing here. When we talk about AI safety, as I told you, like ethical hacking, we need to have ethical AI, how much we are going to use it. That's why Nile University has its own AI policy drafted with the help of Honoris United Network. Because I ask a student to write assignment. The assignment is not from his own thinking, it's from ChatGPT. And he also knows that we do plagiarism check and we do it, though he's not scared to submit a ChatGPT based AI, and then we need to read it, score it out and make them to do. So we have fixed that even you use ChatGPT, the safety measures is only 2%. The assignment should not have more than 2%. So these are few safety things that we can introduce to the student level. So when he shifts from student to a job seeker, he will be careful in using ChatGPT and how much percentage he's allowed to do it. So these are the safety measures that we can do it. And we also, like last year in the same Digital Africa Meet, I told by November 2025, the whole of Nile University is going to be AI literate, both staff and students. So we are coming close to November 2025. After this, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Dilly Dogo, is going to extend it to other universities. So all of us will be AI literate with the specific guidelines of how much to use for drafting an assignment, drafting a research proposal. This is what we can do in the university level. The next step of AI safety and other issues should be drafted by their own concerned peoples and the authorities. So there can be definitely be a AI safety around us. Another thing I want to put up here or register here is, why are we scared of AI? Who's writing the coding? It's us who's writing it. We humans train them. We humans build them. We are giving them all the data to them. Have a safety measures like this is what you're going to do. I also had a question from one of the participants before coming here to the panel. He asked me, Even you are very safe. There are some negative people who want to destroy it. Well, how are you going to do it? So we need to train the AI with machine learning techniques. So if they say something negative, it should be a big no. It should not be, let me try it. Let me try and see what is going to happen. There are a lot of awareness that says, like, you get a link from any unknown person, don't open it. Are we following it? How many of us are following it? We don't do it. Even if it is an impersonized, impersonating your friend and telling that, okay, the link is coming from my friend, let me try it. Don't do it. Take a minute, call your friend and check whether he has sent the link and then open it. So these are the self-safety measures which we start from us so that AI will be used and handled carefully and safely.
Absolutely, I completely agree with that. And it's basic knowledge at this point in time that you have to be wary of the sites that you click on, even if it's sent by someone who you're familiar with. It isn't safe. And it's interesting that you talked about the fear of AI and why people are afraid of using AI these days. And I'm glad you pointed it out. We have negative people out there. So of course, while humans are doing the coding, the negative people are inputting negative things. So we also have to, take a look at that. Thank you so much, Professor Prema. Professor Joe, I am coming to you now. And my question is, so how can African governments ensure AI policies align with local priorities such as economic growth and poverty reduction, since we're talking about safety?
I think the safety, my colleague, I think the points that she raised around safety, let me reinforce those. It's about data. And I think I just used the cliche. If the data is wrong, everything else, so your fear is based on the fact that you are inputting incorrect data. Mm-hmm. And so that's why I made the point earlier about, people just not even putting their correct date of birth. So if you now come to the question that you asked, in terms of economics, in terms of, your development and so on, but all that is based on the fundamental data that you put in the system. And so in terms of African governments, in terms of Nigeria, again, have a look at the Nigeria draft AI policy, which is still in draft form. I'm not sure whether it's in final release in this form. If you go through all of that, these are all nice to have things that we're talking about, but we haven't dealt with the fundamental issue. That is a change of behavior. Because if you don't, you are not going to feed it with the correct data, and there's no way AI is going to correct your data. In fact, we all know, those of us who have been involved in some of these things, a simple mathematical equation, time series. If you feed it new data and ask it to predict tomorrow and whatever, it will do that. But if you feed it data that is going to drive it in a different direction, it will go like that. So I think in terms of Nigeria, in terms of the African continent, it's going back to deal with fundamentals, the morals, our identity, our value systems, because those are the things that are going to be feeding into those AI models. Whether some of us will be worrying too much in terms of sovereignty, let's own the data. Yes, you do, but the data that you're feeding in there is already, disappointing you. Let's own the other side of the infrastructure called networks. Well, tough. We haven't got that ability right now in terms of our technologies. Yes, Strive, Maziwe, and a whole host of other people are trying cassava technologies and some of the other ones in Nigeria, linking with NVIDIA to build data centers and so on and so forth. Yes, you can try and do some of that, do some of those investments and so on. So you can encourage that so that drives another side of the economy. People make the point that Nigeria, with its demographic dividend, will go forward one way or the other. I agree with that. But so also there are other parts of the world where they have demographic dividend and they are also moving along. So it's not as if, you have demographic dividend that's going to give you no. You still have to go back and set the fundamentals right. Rule of law. So whether you want to say it's going to help your economy, but you have to have, adherence to rule of law. That helps you to create the kinds of environment that will then give you the right kind of data Then you start talking about the sovereignty of the data, sovereignty of the network, let alone then talk about the sovereignty of the computing infrastructure. At the moment in time, we are not going to be building policy or looking at policy around sovereignty of the computing infrastructure. We can't do GPUs, we can't do TPUs. We haven't even done transmitters, power, CPUs, nothing. So that area, I think we should basically follow on. But data, we must find a way to get back into our moral systems, into our value systems, and we have them in the indigenous African culture. Can we go back there and start looking at some of those? And what my colleague talked about in terms of children and so on and so forth, all those, behavioral traits and cultural values are there in our culture, but we have abandoned them. And we now think AI is going to do something for us unless, we have to, because it's about us. AI is not going to be working for somebody else. These are tools. The AI is a tool, and if you build the wrong tool, it will be used. And even if you have the right tool and you use it wrongly, you'll get nowhere. I hope that helps a little bit in answering some of your questions.
Yes, Professor Joe, and it's pretty interesting. We keep on talking about going back to the fundamentals, and this is something that we hear ever so often when we talk about the AI situation in Africa. So really, is there a point of forging ahead if we keep on looking at the fact that we haven't actually gotten the fundamentals? Professor Joe, are you still with us?
So I missed some of that. Yeah, the fundamentals are not in place.
Yes.
And the fundamentals of AI, the dominant thing about AI is data-driven decision making, data-driven modeling. And when you say data-driven, then we create digital models, and we call them digital twins if they interact with the human being or whatever. And then we create the digital twins, and then we give them a bit of autonomy. We call them digital AI agents like chatbots and whatever. But they're all tools that serve us. But if our fundamentals are wrong in terms of our value systems, as I pointed out in terms of our electoral, for example, in terms of how we feed data into the system, the digital public infrastructure that we have, if you're trying to obtain a passport, you create all kinds of, all of those things feed into the AI. So you're not going to have the sovereignty that you're looking for. And because first of all, the thing that's going to drive the tool, that's going to enable you to, it's already, so we need to just go back to the fundamentals. But worrying about whether we'll have data centers, we'll have data centers. That's not a problem. We'll have the connectivity. That's not an issue. The investment will come. But the point about it is the thing that drives it, the baseline, which is the original data that we feed in there. And we continue to feed more of that kind of, falsehood data and, inappropriate data. It's going to be, we can sit and, postulate and pay and whatever, but that is not going to change the fact that the data is wrong.
Thank you so much, Professor Joe. Professor Prima, I'm coming to you with that same logic. Is there really a need forging ahead? Or do we need to hit pause and go back, fix what needs to be fixed, and then we forge ahead and we try to catch up with what's happening the world over when it comes to AI?
What do you want to fix now? We are ahead. We are quite ahead. What do you want to fix, and where are you going to start with? Where are you going to start? As I told you, 2030, AI is also going to be combined with OI, and all the cloud servers and proxy servers, virtual servers, whatever we heard now is going to be with quantum servers. So why do you want to go back, fix it? You need to try out some other policy where parallelly you're going to fix it, learn it, and translate and do it. So that should be the strategy now. I cannot go back 10 years back. Already Africa is 20 years back. So where are you going to fix it? So it's not the time of fixing it. Fix it parallelly, train yourself, and then get into what the technology is going to be advanced in the next 5 years, next 10 years. Always you need to have a 5-year plan or a 5-year strategy, plan A, plan B, plan C. You need to look on to all those and then work with it.
So I'm sure there are lessons that we could possibly borrow from so that we can correct what isn't at the
Yes.
moment. So can you just give us from historical experiences what lessons Africa should be looking at to avoid becoming rule takers in AI governance?
That's what I told you. We are not going to, you should not be a copy and paste version. There are a lot of young people now, young minds are ready to do a lot of techniques. We need proper funding for them. I don't say Africa is lacking the AI knowledge. Africa is like, it's like stagnant. It need a proper operational resource to guide the students to come up. So you cannot go and fix and correct something. You need to train the students in the university, the upcoming students in the schools to catch up with all these things so that this AI, vast AI difference between Africa and other continents can be balanced in a straightforward way.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Prema, for that. I want to move on to the biggest risks now. If Africa doesn't position itself in such a way that it's able to come up with its own rules to regulate and govern AI, what are we looking at?
You need to have your own AI policy and strategies. Okay.
Yes,
So
but at the moment, like, what are the biggest risks if we do not get this in check?
if you do not get like this 20 years gap will be 40 years, 50 years gap. You need to patch up. You need to look forward, go ahead, and then equip yourself with all those things. So universities along with government plays a major role in training people to patch up this huge gap.
Thank you so much, Professor Prema, for that.
Thank you.
Professor Joe, let me come to you with the same.
Yeah, if I can come in there,
Please.
I jumped in before you asked the question, but
It's all right.
look, AI has the same character as COVID. It's something that's progressive. So even if some countries think they are well ahead, well, you have to, it's something that pervades the whole world. Okay, some of the data from some areas that you're not just going to make any headway. So I think that, let's not worry too much about making, this particular policy or that particular policy up, right now. Let's get on doing what we can. Especially the young people must get on board and do what they can with the tools that they have available. And let's start changing the course in terms of how we feed this monster. Because if you feed the monster something, it's going to eat you. And I think that's really the point that I want to make there.
Thank you so much, Professor Joe, for that. I'm coming back to you, Professor Prema. Of course, when we talk about the government being involved in these regulations and these policies and whatnot, they can't do it on their own. They will definitely need to jump into some partnerships. And usually we talk about public-private partnerships. So how can they support the development of AI policies, for instance, that can support the growth of startups and not to mention African communities?
You want to go through the startups. That's your question.
African communities. Let's focus on African communities first.
Okay, so the
I just gave an
African.
example.
So you are looking out for partnerships.
Precisely.
Okay, so that, as I told you, the government should pitch in here, the NGOs should be carried along with them, and the university also should be there for partnership, either to reach out to the rural people or to equip even a layman with the AI knowledge. AI is nothing like, see, now most of you are using tabs, even you are using a laptop for your things. See, I'm still with my paper and pen. I'm still with my paper and pen because I'm comfortable with that. Instead of searching here, I'm very quick in handling it. So even though AI is there, you can use AI only where it is needed and where it is going to help you to sort out your things. If AI is going to occupy you fully, your originality will be lost. So where you need it, you use it, and how you're going to use it, there you need a partnership. There you're going to look out for funds, and there you're going to work on it. Usually we have collective labs in every university. These collective labs, we bring people, like for every Women's Day, we don't distribute, we also distribute things. We just don't do Women's Day just for TikTok or photo shoot. We select 20 women and we bring them to our Nile campus and equip them with all the current and latest technology. Even if they are not good in computers, we start from scratch, equip them. So this is how we partnership. We cannot give them money, send them somewhere and do it. And another thing, there are a lot of scholarship for African students around the globe. That's why I said you should go, take up the scholarship, learn, spend 5 years, gain some knowledge, come back to your continent with money and with knowledge and invest here. Startups from the brain drain can be your brain gain.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Professor Prema. Professor Joe, we're coming to you with that same question.
Okay, let me see if I can just say to all of us, let's look at some examples already in terms of partnerships, in terms of what's happening in Nigeria. Some of you will know Adebayo Ogundeshi. He's launched he's backed up by OpenAI. He's a Nigerian billionaire and a board member of OpenAI. And he's already, launched the first AI academy in Africa at the University of Lagos. I just want to provide some of that information just in case we don't know about them. Then we have Dr. Oyebode with Technivel, and again she has managed to gather funding and partnerships with Data Camp, ISC, Cisco, and a few other places. And she's dealing with data science and so on. So there are examples in terms of the question that you asked in terms of partnerships and so on. Let me give you another one as well. Alex Sado, again, is a former NVIDIA executive, he's a Nigerian, and his team at Alliance AI, and it's a company called Uditech in Nigeria. They are very much involved in building AI infrastructure and so on. And their goal is to build an AI backbone. So there are a few, at least in Nigeria. And of course, let me also point out the young fellow who's only 18, studying mathematics at the University of Port Harcourt, and he's built an AI agent called ChatATP. So again, and he's looking for people to sponsor him. So I just want to throw it back to my colleagues, Dr. Overem and Dr. Takan. If you're in the audience, maybe we should look out for Obinna and help him to see whether he's going to get some sponsorships to continue to build up his chatbot, which is really helping in terms of airline bookings and so on and so forth. I hope that provided some insights into your question.
It does a great deal, Professor Joe. Thank you so much for that. And speaking of young Obinna, Professor Prema here has been soft-selling the Nile University. So maybe there's some areas they could possibly come forward or come through for young Obinna so that he can advance his career path in AI.
We welcome him, no issues.
Sorry?
We can welcome him with his high job, so we can guide him.
Absolutely. And not just for our panel members, even members of the audience as well. Hearing Obinna's story, I'm sure maybe there's some people here who could support or have people behind the scenes that could possibly be of great assistance. All right. So now we've been talking a lot about Africa's youth. Now, what role can Africa's youth as digital natives now? We're talking about the Gen Zs and the Gen Alphas and whatnot. You talked about the pen and paper. I'm a millennial, always. I'm super comfortable with it, even with my laptop and my phone and my gadgets and whatever else. So what role can they play in advocating for and shaping AI governance models?
Gen Zs, they play a great role. So when I 2 weeks back, I got a text from one of my 100 level student, IDK. I was like, what is IDK? I had to call my daughter. What is IDK? She said, I don't know.
I don't know. You see,
she does IDK TT. I don't know timetable. So these Gen Z kids are most fascinated with these short things. Even the Gen Alphas and Gen Betas. Of course, I have Gen Alphas and Gen Betas at home. They are far ahead. Even a small kid, Gen Betas and Gen Alphas, they know how to use a mobile phone, how to do things. So when AI comes and when AI, already they are into AI, like Gen Betas, they start their life right with AI when they are in their womb of their mom. They know what is AI, they know what is technology. So once they came out, that's why the moment they come out of their mom, they give posts now. They post for the doctor's video so that it is being taken and given it. So when these Gen Zs grow, they know the tamper, they know the percentage of Gen Alphas and Gen Betas. So the programming tenure will take it in a different language. It will be in the Gen Z language, which the millennials and we are in the boomers. That's what my kids tell me, that I'm a boomer. So we need to patch up with them. We need to catch up with you people. So now I have a table, the list of abbreviations on my table. If any student comes and he say IDK, and another thing, there are so many things which we catch up with them. So Zen Zs and Zen Alphas will have a different coding, and the AI machines will be trained according to that. So which we should be ready to learn from the younger generations.
Honestly, it's pretty interesting.
We see them every day. We don't see one or two. We see 15,000 students every day in a campus with 15,000 attitudes, 15,000 problems, and we need to be ready with 30,000 solutions. Because they always want the boomers and the millennials with plan A and plan B. So what if I cannot come at, so today I had a program, my lecture was at 10 o'clock, so I preponed it to 9 o'clock. So the question was, what if I can't come at 9 o'clock? What is your plan B? Can I submit something through Teams? So that's what I said, 15
always
questions.
the backup.
Yeah, always with
backup.
plan A and plan B. So their programming level, their approach of AI or quantum servers, that is the upcoming technologies in a different perspective. We give them a solution to work with 4G network. They focus through 10G and they pop up and say, Ma, 5G is outdated. Let's go with 10G. When I tell them 10G is not in Nigeria, don't worry, Ma. I can take an open network access from my friend in China, take their help and use it.
I love how they're forcing us to level up.
Yes.
Honestly,
Yeah.
it is.
They are
it
ready
is-
to learn, level up, and be advanced. Then they are not lazy. They are always ready to learn, and they are like, "What's next? What's next?"
Exactly.
Yeah.
What's next?
What's next?
Really. So
Yeah.
we should also be ready to also be at the what's next junction. All right, Professor Joe, I'm coming to you with that same question.
Well,
What's next?
people ask me, are you still gonna, I said, I can't teach these young people. First of all, one of the interesting things as in terms of academia, my life in academia is every year my students got younger because I got older. They still came in at 18, 20. I just got older. And over time I got older, and most of the time we didn't communicate because I'm speaking, I'm trying to get, and then COVID came on board and it got even more difficult to actually communicate. We're speaking, and I take my colleagues' points there in terms of IDK and all these codes and so on and so forth. But they're not communicating. There's a very big difference between speaking and communicating. And I think where the generative AI, which is really where we are right now, trying to see, it's all about large language models. It's all about spoken language. It's about speech. It's about, this kind. It is what we're looking for. What we're looking for is to communicate. So I understand that the younger people, they can, with the technology hype, they can get onto, go onto 10G, do whatever, hotspot, do all of that stuff. But you got nowhere. You still haven't done the job. You just communicate. So when it comes to, and then we already have the capability now with agentic AIs, which are part of what we now call humanoid robots, okay? We can actually, and we've seen some of those. So even to make a cup of tea, a long time ago, I got into a hotel in Emirates, in United Arab Emirates. It was a 5-star hotel, but already you could tell me my room and welcome in my room and make me coffee. So there's all of that is happening. All those tools are there. The question is not necessarily whether us, who are, of an earlier generation, whether it's not a problem for us. I think it's more of a problem for them to ground themselves and know what is really necessary. Because when you jump around the tool can take you anywhere, but whether it supports your existence, and I think that's the real question. So one of the things that I'm beginning to talk to people about is, yes, let's all get excited about artificial intelligence while we're still dealing with this whole, dealing with it on the, purely on the language side. But when you start dealing with real data, where artificial intelligence is really suffering at the moment, we haven't developed that well enough to deal with real quantitative data. This qualitative data of speaking and whatever, that's fine. But when it comes to the quantitative data, where you need to apply a lot more reasoning, and then reductive reasoning and so on, and then you have to put that in, because if it can be done, you can teach a machine to do it, and of course automatically a machine will do. So you can get a machine to cook food for you. Well, when you tell it a pinch of salt, you better make sure what you mean by a pinch. Otherwise, it will put salt, and then you get high blood pressure. So the question is whether these tools, these AI tools, for the younger generation, Gen Z, Alpha, and so on, will it support their own existence? And that is the real question. So getting excited about the tools and whatever, they must actually also begin to think about their own existence. Will it be, how will they look like when they are in their 50s, 60s, and 70s, or whatever? That is the real question. With those tools changing so rapidly, will they be able to support their own existence?
That's definitely something to think about. Will it support future existence? That's something we should definitely start thinking about from right now. Thank you so much, Professor Joe. Now, we've talked about African youth, but we haven't talked about marginalized groups such as women and rural populations, or I did mention that earlier on, but let's just try and marry them in this next question. So what strategies can ensure that marginalized groups such as women and rural populations are considered in AI governance frameworks? Professor Prema, let me start with you.
The women and marginal groups, they should first approach us to learn AI. They need to have the quest of adapting and learning the AI technology. So only when you have the quest, you will be able to train them. So that's why I told you, Women's Day celebrations should not stop with taking photos, making TikTok videos. You need to give them back what you learned. Your knowledge should be shared among the women groups. So we always say there's a proverb in India, you educate a woman in your family, the whole family or the whole community is getting educated. So you train them accordingly. So even the marginal groups through the women groups, and there are a lot of self-help groups here where you can educate them and you can pitch in them along with you to develop them. We also have a policy in Nile, a driver is always not a driver until he retires. We educate them, we give them sponsorship, we give them discounts. So most of our drivers, our janitors, are assistant lecturers here. So this is how, as a small group, we can pitch in. So we need each individual's participation to develop themselves and also develop the peers and groups along with them. So we need to carry everyone along with us.
And all hands on deck model. Professor Joe, we're coming to you with that same question.
I think I'll go back to what I said earlier and unpack it a little bit. The artificial intelligence cannot be disconnected from the people it's supposed to serve. So if our value systems did not adjust to allow everybody to be involved, then it will just remain. All artificial intelligence will do is just reinforce those divisions, reinforce the exclusions and so on. So it's really about going back to basics, as I said earlier. What are our value systems? How do we integrate women, children, and whatever in the way that we do things at the moment? Because artificial intelligence is not going to change that. Because remember, artificial intelligence is based on models. That model is already existing, and that is what the model will continue to do. So unless we change that fundamental model in terms of our value systems and how we treat ourselves, as the gender groups also, and so on and so forth, I don't see, from where I stand, and at this point in my life, I don't see how artificial intelligence is going to make that difference. I mean, we said that the digital promotes democracy. Well, there you are. You look at everywhere. It's not. We thought it will help. Reduce the wars around the world. It hasn't. So because of our value systems. So these tools are not going to change any way we do things unless they might in fact reinforce how we do those bad things. So in terms of exclusion of women, children, and gender and all of that stuff, it's only going to reinforce it unless we fundamentally recognize that, as I agree with the Japanese, that this is going to have to be human-centered AI. The AI is going to support human-centeredness. What does that mean? What does human-centeredness mean? And until we begin to deal with that, it's going to we can speak about these things and postulate and so on. But unless we deal with those fundamentals about human-centeredness, what does that mean? And how is that going to reflect, in terms of this tool, this crazy tool called artificial intelligence that we're building?
Thank you so much for that, Professor Joe. And you mentioned something that's gotten me thinking here. Now, you talked about how it hasn't really, brought down the walls globally because of our value systems. So how can African regulators collaborate with global organizations without compromising our national sovereignty?
I think, again, going back and defining what do we mean by national sovereignty. Again, there are nice political words, but what does it really mean to say national sovereignty? We want our people to develop. That is to have access to the resources, to have access to the things that they actually own. But so that's not happening right now. I don't see how AI is going to make that happen. I don't see how that's going to make that happen. So we need to go back. Again, people are forcing my point here. It's got to be about, not just about national sovereignty. If you take Nigeria, for example, you start defining national in Nigeria. Well, somebody starts saying, do you have somebody from South? Do you have somebody from this? Do you have to, and then you're talking national. So now all of a sudden you find there are so many different nationalities, and then the issue, and then the AI just follows that completely. So, if you say, okay, Nigeria is a nation, a country, is a country of a whole number of nations, and those nations come together and then say, okay, well, we'll have certain rule of law that will govern all of us, even though our nationalities in terms of ethnic groups and so on and so forth may have, different variation nuances around that, but we must have one. And until we do that, then, there's been the issue of a national convention or national dialogue or whatever in Nigeria, and there's all these issues around the constitution and asking us whether the 1999 constitution is still valid. That we've been talking about some of those things. Of course, AI will be hearing that, because all that we've written around there and so on is what is being captured in your database that's going to feed whatever LLM that you're going to use to predict tomorrow what might happen. So again, it comes down to those fundamentals: national sovereignty or country sovereignty, economic sovereignty, all of the political sovereignty. We have political sovereignty in Nigeria, but we do not have economic sovereignty in Nigeria because our natural resources are not controlled primarily by Nigerians. We know that. And so if you're now going to say national sovereignty without controlling your natural resources, really having good control over it, right? Then where is this sovereignty coming from?
Thank you so much for that, Professor Joe. And please, we're going into our Q&A after this, so kindly put together your questions. You can just quickly jot them down so that as soon as it's time, we just jump right into it. All right, Professor Prema, back to you. Do you agree with what Professor Joe has put forward, or do you have anything contrary to add, or do you agree?
No, it's not like that. Everything is basic understanding and basic learning. So the fundamentals should be strongly based, whether it's a rule or sovereignty, protocols, whatever it is. The fundamentals should be strong. Only then you can build up the rest of the things very confidentially with all ethical governance and policies.
Thank you so much for that, Professor Prema. And thank you so much, Professor Joe. It's been a very enriching, insightful conversation with both of you on AI policy, framing Africa's AI future, building sovereign governance models. Please, a round of applause for the both of them. I've had such a wonderful time listening to you both, honestly, and I feel like we could keep the conversation going so much longer. However, we do need to get into Q&A because we have another panel coming up. But at this juncture, like I mentioned earlier on, any questions that you might have answered by both of our professors, please begin to put them.
How does AI transit into jobs for lecturers and teachers? What happens in the future? Does AI modeling, does it intend to, take the jobs of the teachers? Maybe if the teachers don't transit on time, into the new forms of things, how does AI tend to compete with the teachers? And also, how does AI tend to help students to, do their, work in classwork in terms of out of plagiarism and all that? What are the AIs that are suitable for learning, in our schools, and what are the AIs that are suitable for
writing, so that it wouldn't be a case whereby people start having going against the rules of the school and then start having a lot of problems. So how does AI help education in general? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, second question.
Good afternoon. My name is Okpe Lawrence, a technology executive. Just want to highlight what the professor that's online said concerning dirty data, because what he's hammering on is that Nigeria is proliferated with dirty data. When people do documentation, there are informations that are not accurate. And this actually started or peaked in the 80s and 90s with the mindset that what they feel or what they write down is not as important as who they know. But of course, the world has gone ahead to a digital age where what you put down, what you write, is needed to be validated and be correct. And you find embarrassing moments with people that are appointed and later seen that some documentations were not correct and all that. So definitely a number of other things, information gathering, data gathering, comes up with a number of dirty data because of this mindset. So I want to know, how did India and China and some other countries are able to overcome this challenge? I know orientation is part of it, but how are they able to overcome this challenge? Thank you.
So let me take the first question. Do you want me to take both the questions or want to online?
Yes.
Both the questions?
You can answer both.
Okay, fine. Okay, the first question. AI cannot replace teachers. Okay. I can also have live examples. Most of the schools in India, especially in North India and then South India, we have robot teachers. But these teachers are not able to show empathy. They cannot do emotional intelligence. Even in future, if you're going to impart them with these things, physical presence cannot be replaced. If you start going with robots, then we will have robo girlfriend, robo boyfriend. Do you agree for it? No, we will not. We need physical presence, and wherever we need physical teachers, we are going with it. We also have physical principal, where the principal role is only to attend online meetings, online notes, and online things will be handled by a AI-based principal or AI-based teachers. But when it comes to emotional and physical touch, you need physical teachers there. AI can never ever replace doctors, teachers, and chef. Even though you have automatic machines that make your Jolly Price, PAP, or what is the other one which I love very much? The round balls. Okay, whatever. Akara, Masa, and Puff Puff. That's my favorite. Do we have cooking machines and whatever it is that made from my colleague, because I don't know to make it. My neighbor makes and gives to me. That taste and that touch of love and care can never be given by a AI-placed robots or AI-placed program. Okay. And the second question, how the data is managed in India, the dead data. Am I right, sir? Okay. So let me take my home is a smart home. My data is revamped every 15 days. I don't go with that data. Every 15 days, if I need that data, I just keep a backup of so-and-so date. The remaining data are deleted. And that's how we manage with data. The storages are more. Even now, Google is having its own data hub in a place called Vizag in the southern part of India, just to manage the cables. The storage capacities and all those things are really maintained well. And the dead data is like being it's like 30 years back for us. So we pitch in with what is required for the current thing, and we have started working on quantum servers for large data storage. Just imagine the population of India and China. So my mobile, I have a lot of data, my tab has data, my laptop has data, my AC is switched on using all the smart technologies. So am I going to, and I'm 45 years old, and I'm with AI for the past 12 years. Am I going to save all the 12 years data? No, it's not like that. It's like having the important photos and erasing and deleting whatever you don't want. So that's how you're going to revamp your data and build up your servers to occupy the next 10 years data with you. Thank you.
Can I try and answer those questions as well, or provide some input? Hello?
Go ahead, Professor John.
Hello, am I on?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear any response. Okay,
Sorry.
on the first one, please remember that the relationship between a teacher or an instructor or a lecturer and the candidate, the student or whatever, is an interpersonal relationship. And that interpersonal relationship has a whole lot of other psychological dimensions that the AI cannot replicate, and that's fundamental. So the idea that, to a large extent, much of the AI, albeit at the LLM stage that we are right now, we still have to have human intervention to actually make sense of it. So I know many students, when they think of this relationship between lecturer and student, it's because you're thinking that the lecturer gives you content and asks you to repeat that content, and then you write an exam, because the lecturer gives you content and asks you, what content did I give you? And then, and so you say, well, the lecturer can just tell me whatever, and then I'll go and pick the content from wherever, but you still haven't dealt with the issue, because actually it's about the relationship between lecturer and student, or teacher and student. And it's fundamental, even in our own relationship. If you're a parent, you'll never stop being a parent because AI came on board. You're still going to try and communicate with your kids and whatever. The same thing, whether you're a grandparent, as some of us are, and so on. You're still going to communicate with your children. You're still going to have that human interaction. So to think that the relationship between a lecturer and a student is something that is so mechanistic. No, it's not. It has a lot of psychological overload, and that yet AI is not there. Then on the second one, in terms of how India, China, and so on, it comes down to fundamentals. I go back to that fundamental again. I don't think that is dead data. If you gave your date of birth wrong and you're 68 years old like me, it doesn't change that data. And so when you're going to deal with the populations that you can't know that there are certain what we call fundamental data that if once you put it in there wrong, changing it later, unless you go back and actually redo and then that is recaptured. But how many people will do that? So again, we have in Nigeria, for example, our urbanization is just beginning, and people are having great difficulty, giving their addresses and so on. I can mention so many databases. Just look at those of you who are entrepreneurs that register your own business. Go and look at your data at the registration office. Look at what data you gave them originally to register your business. Just go out and look at it. I know there are some people who identify themselves as entrepreneurs. I'm just saying, go to see, what is it again, called in Abuja, and go and look at your data again. In fact, when you are trying to put that data in, the people who actually, capture that, tell you what to put in there that does not fit into what was originally required. Now, you're running a business for 5 years based on that information. And that information is not dead data, it's actually active. So I know that there are some aspects of it some data that might be dead. But what I'm talking about, some of these fundamental data are not dead data. They are so fundamental that it's like, planting a tree, on a dead ground. You're never going to get anything out of it. So unless you decide to plant the tree elsewhere, which means you need to go back and start looking at it. Let me give you an example. talk to a 4-year-old or a 5-year-old, you visit the house and you ask, where is your daddy? The first thing the child wants to do is to tell you a lie. Now, that is already bad data that's going into a system. And so this is so critical in Nigeria that when you start asking, how did the other countries do it? And so these are some of the fundamentals that when you go to those countries, you find that there is that level of honesty, at least at some level, which then helps you to build better AI systems. Otherwise, how will the AI know your house when you are giving the wrong address? Will the AI go and change your address later? No, it won't. It will live with that address for as long as that data is supposed to be used for whatever type of decision making. So I'm, again, part of my reason for staying on so long and wanting to participate in this is to hammer on the nail. The attitude, the mental model in Nigeria in terms of what's talking about sovereignty of AI is so we have to really dig down deep and ask ourselves, we need to check. We have it in the churches. We have complete misalignment with the reality of how we live. But we have it in the family system, and that is where the basics are for me in Nigeria, because every Nigerian has a very strong relationship with family, and we respect that. And I think we need to go out and start rebuilding that so that it will help in terms of building proper AI models that reflect us and hence our sovereignty.
Thank you so much for that, Professor Joe. All right, we have more questions, I believe. Yes.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Queen Alfred. I'm a financial consultant, an auditor, and an accountant. Okay, this goes to Madam. You said that AI are not going to replace teachers, medical doctors, and the chef. So I want to ask, so what actually are accountants doing in universities? So what are they actually going to school to do when AI is automatically going to take over their jobs? Okay, we have the notion that AI are going to take over our accountant's job in the terms of things are going to be done via computer smartly, which is what I understand being AI, artificial intelligence. And I felt no matter what, there should be a way through it. So I want to ask, what are the plans for people that are in financial sector, which are the accountants, to make sure that their jobs are not taken away by the AI, and also those ones already in the industry? What are the plans for universities making for the upcoming? Because right now, most accountants don't even have the job because of the softwares. One person can do 3 jobs. So what are the plans for people that are going into the university to go and take such course as accountants? Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, that's a very good question. I expected somebody is going to ask me that. As an accountant, see, I'm a software engineer. I only know to do codings. I don't know your accounts. So as accountant, now you can learn the software. You should learn the software. You should know how to build your tally sheets, Excel sheets, if I'm right, and how these share market screens are running. The screens are running with the back-end coding, but how it should run is decided by a financial analyst. So you need to upgrade yourself from accountant to analyst, quality checker, quality tester, and there are a lot of courses and certificate courses there to upgrade yourself. You cannot, that's what I told, like a driver is not always a driver in the Nile campus. He advances himself, he equips himself, and he shifts his job and upgrades himself. So upgradation is the only thing and the skill that is right now required to compete with AI techniques and tools. I think I answered your question. Okay.
Let me dive in very quickly. I just want to put a motherhood statement. A tool cannot replace its user. Let me just say it again. AI is a tool. It cannot replace its user. Because unless the user does not want to use the tool, and the tool will not go and force the user to use it. So a tool can never replace its user. That means then that its user must recognize that thing as a tool. And if the user does not recognize it as a tool and think that that thing is it, so I'm the user, I now regard the tool as me, well then I don't exist. So I think it's fundamental. I know that we hear all these comments. Yes, it will transform how you do what you do. If you want to put a nail into a piece of wood, you can use a knife that has or you can go and get a hammer. The hammer will transform how well you put the nail through the wood, rather than the knife or.
Okay, so we'll just we'll move on while we wait for Professor Joe to join us again. But we have another question over here.
My name is Kefa Sekene. Thank you, ma, for your teaching. It was actually impactful. But that drives me to my question because I was actually paying attention to what you were saying, and I remember you mentioned about in the nearest future, in terms of from 5 to 10 years, that AI is going to take over some of our professions. So I'm not really speaking just based on accounting system because she actually revolved around my questions. I've actually made research on AI over the few period of times I came across it as a student, and I came across by the founder of AI, that's John McCarthy, and he spoke about AI, and he actually gives strict warnings that there are some disadvantages that come with AI, and if some precautionary measures are not being taken care of. And I'll use American, for instance. Americans, in their survey, 57% of Americans conclude that AI have high disadvantages, while 25% survey takes that it has advantages. But these advantages will likely occur if those precautionary measures is not being taken. Now, coming back to Africa now, we're speaking about our own and ourselves. And I want to speak on the professions. I'm not just speaking based on only one single profession. I want to revolve it around our businesses, every member and every student as well, who is also a graduate or anybody in any professional field. I want to know what are those precautionary measures to be taken in balancing the threat of professions. Because once now I'm very certain, even from my research and the studies I made over AI, through the indulgence of AI, we're going to have what they call job displacement, skill obsolescence, loss of human touch, high implementation of cost. Now, this high implementation of cost, let me quickly speak on it because it has effects on me precisely. I'll say AI can be expensive, particularly limited access to small companies, firms, and businesses as time goes on. So now, involving on all these things, in every year we have an annual increase in populations. And this will demand more job opportunities, more professions will be created. And AI is actually leaching into it and decreasing the rate at which by professions are being given out and is being executed. For instance, accounting system. Honest truth be told, there are so many fields in accounting that I know that unlike regular before, people can actually have 1 or 2 persons in charge of those occasions, but nights have been reduced because even businesses are trying to reduce cost of expenses, cost of salary inputs, and so many other things. So people are actually keying into AI, and it's going to deep miss. Professor Joe also spoke about it as well in terms of professions and every other thing, which you actually mentioned, and I picked it. Now, my second question is coming to schools and in terms of our educational systems. So the education system, you made mention of a student whereby has to do an assignment and they use ChatGPT. It happens in every way. So for my own, being a smart student, I can actually solve my assignment to ChatGPT, and if I know you're going to notice, I'll have to paraphrase it. I'll paraphrase it with a little touch of error so that it can actually blend that is for my own IQ. Then how do you deal with issues like that? And as time goes on, with this AI, we are trying to create more awareness in schools. The disadvantages are actually leaching in, whereby we can go beyond what we are meant to use it for. I don't know if you get my point, man. We are going to go beyond what I'm meant to use this for. For students, I can go beyond other things, and even my exam, find a means to create it. And technologies are coming in every day by day. And by the time an OI and AI is going to merge in place, I think a time will come to go beyond control. The same thing as what the godfather of AI said, that if we didn't put some actual precautionary measures, all these things are going to go out of control, saying that AI will be beyond human intelligence and also as smart humans. So I'm calling out, and I want to get more insights from you. What are those things we are going to put in place for the safety of the students, our knowledge, our insights, and to also secure professions for us, because with the increase in professions, increase in populations and demand for professions and everything, how do we fit in so that we won't end up facing disadvantages of lack of job, lack of opportunities, and the misuse of AI in schools to go beyond what is expected? Thank you.
That was not like a question, it was like a paragraph answer. Yes. 10-minute lecture. Well done. Okay, so now, because of your second question, I forgot your first question. Yes. So let me take up your second question. What brand of mobile phone you're using? Samsung. Smartphone. What did your father use? He never used. Even the button phones he didn't use. Okay, so you started with your Samsung, or you had a later version? Okay, so why did you switch over to Samsung? You should have stayed with your previous one. Why did you switch over? And how much time you took to learn from your old version to the new Samsung? And you got adapted to it. Am I right? That's my answer. Okay, what was your first question?
It won't take over our professions and...
No, please, don't get worried. No profession is going to be taken over. There are layoffs in different software company. Why? We have 100 people to write Python, 100 people to write the MLs, the machine large language models. But what is unique in you? What is how well you are equipped? You should be different from others. Everybody can do programming using Python. Everybody can become a financial analyst. Everybody can be a quality analyst. There are 100 people in the market, 1,000 people in the market. Why should I recruit you? Okay? Even when we have interviews, I'll have 100 resumes. I won't pick up only with their skills alone. I see to that how many companies he has switched over, what all he has learned. And there'll be always a question from me to the candidate, given you a chance, how do you want to upskill yourself? Some will say some stories, some will say, I want the opportunity from your side. So it also depends on with whom you are. Always we say, you will be judged with your friend, because you will be judged based upon your friends. Who your friend is the character what you are. Same thing, you need to pick up and equip yourself with what is happening around you. Okay? So don't worry, there's not going to be a layoff. Layoff is because you're an accountant. It's not that layoff. Layoff because you have not equipped yourself, you have not upgraded yourself, your colleague is better than you. That's why there's a layoff. That's why there is a replacement. Thank you. Okay with the answer? Okay.
So am I back online? Sorry. Am I back online?
Yes, you are, Professor Joe.
Okay, I'm not sure where I lost, where you guys lost me.
Oh, okay.
But I just following on my colleague's answer there.
Yes.
Let me just give you a motherhood statement.
Okay.
A tool cannot replace its user. So if you understand artificial intelligence as a tool, then you know what you're going to use it for. Absolutely. Then it cannot replace you because you are using it as a tool. However, if you decide that you're the tool, then the artificial intelligence will have already replaced you because you're the tool. So I hope that helps a lot of people just to come and really understand this thing around artificial intelligence. Whether you're a student, some of you warrior students, most lecturers now have to understand that they have to ask questions that demand the deductive reasoning of the student. Because the tool that asks you to do things like deductive reasoning and so on and so forth, that tool is already there. So you can no longer set exams asking them to do deductive reasoning. they must now go into reductive reasoning. And that requires synthesis, analysis, and a whole host of other skill sets. So fundamentally, this issue around AI will take away jobs and whatever. Of course, a tool that is better at doing a particular thing, if that's all you know how to do, and that tool is there, then going back in time, there is not a tool that is still better at communicating. Even though I can speak to you from, as Dr. Hoare will remember, our younger days, we were all overseas, we couldn't reach our parents. In fact, if you want to make a phone call, you have to get somebody to look for P&T somewhere, and then you send the letter 3 months later and all that. We needed to communicate. The issue is about communication. Now you have better tools, but the fact that you have better tools will not make you communicate any better if you don't know how to communicate. So the tools will not replace the user. I hope that helps to calm a number of the fears. So it's up to the user to understand that it's a tool and know what to use the tool for.
It helps a great deal, Professor Joe. Thank you so much for that. Looks like we have one more question before we close off this panel session.
Thank you very much. I think it borders on this same question because I think somehow you guys are trying to deflect the fears of people. But I would like to bring some points that you need to take cognizance of. There have been instances where even Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk have been open to saying that in the near future, human beings are generally going to be put on sort of universal basic income when AI comes in and takes these jobs. So even in the West, there is the fear of AI taking jobs, not just here. And in Africa, we have a sort of a disadvantage because we do not have some of these capabilities built. In like in the online workspaces, we don't get jobs on places like Amazon Web Services, where there are a lot of services backing up AI systems and cloud services. People in Nigeria here can't get those jobs. People in India have developed themselves so well in AI. Just last week, Google invested $5 billion for 5 years, for the next 5 years program to build the first AI data system outside of America. Google is investing that in India. That's because Indian people have developed themselves in AI and ICT capabilities. Now for us, we are still in a work in progress. We don't have those capabilities yet. So we have those fears. So you can't tell us that there is no instance of people losing jobs. So for us that have not even developed ourselves to that extent, what is the guarantee? It is obvious that the companies that are building artificial intelligence are trying to use robots to reduce the number of jobs so that they reduce the cost of their work processes. Now, if they are coming into here and they are selling their services to us and we're going to be patronizing them, where is the guarantee for the upcoming workforce? The security, show us the guarantee of our job placements in the near future in the AI workspaces, and tell us the numbers. Which jobs are being protected? Which are the new, if some certain jobs are going to go out, where are we supposed to develop ourselves when we can't even get jobs in AWS? There are a list of 1,000 jobs, capabilities in cloud computing that the people do on Amazon Web Services. Nobody here in Nigeria. How many people get those jobs here in Nigeria? Not to talk of the ones that are coming up in the near future. I'm sure you understand what I mean. Thank you.
I do. I do understand your question. And let me say to you very, very quickly, AI as a tool can replace a job, but AI cannot replace work. If you don't know how to work, you will, of course, not have a job. If you know how to work, you will create a job for yourself. So it's unfortunate that we expect that there are jobs that are just sitting there for us to go and grab. And now AI has taken that one. All of a sudden you're competing with AI. Of course, you've answered the question. If you don't develop yourself, if you don't start thinking about work, because work is different from a job. A Because you're talking about a job, something you do that somebody is packaged in such a way that somebody pays you an X amount of money. I mean, there are people who are working and not getting money, but they live. So you need to understand fundamentally that the human is meant to work, to live. But when we start converting this thing in terms of the commercialized version, where we're looking at jobs, somebody pays you and so on and so forth, and then the tool comes and does that. Yes, you hear about gains in efficiency and so on and so forth. We've been, from the beginning of time, man has been gaining in efficiency in terms of jobs, but work is still not vanished. So AI will not, I'm putting to you categorically, unless you don't want to develop the habit of working. If you develop the habit of looking for jobs, then you will get into trouble where AI has taken that job. But if you develop the habit of working, that is something that is innate to the human, then you're never going to get into a situation where AI takes it away, because it's the tool that you're using to work.
Yeah, please, I can understand your fear. Already, Google 80% of programming are done from machine learning algorithms. So the people who were laid off, they came back to India. They invested in agriculture lands. They have their own smart agriculture farms. They have their own smart fisheries farms. So the idea and the brain, what they were using there, they have invested here. That's why AI is far more better in India than others. Even before 5 years, most of the Indians, they had a big layoff in different companies. So they had to come back to their place and they have to invest their brain there. So such situations come. So it's better, as I told you, you should have a plan A and plan B. We can't sit and always complain AI is going to replace. What it is going to replace, how it is going to replace, how am I going to face it and thrive in this AI challenged world. Today AI, tomorrow OI is on the way, then you have QI, quantum intelligence. So we need to face everything in every 10 years or 20 years, and we need to equip ourselves and the next generation that is coming behind us. So don't be fear, face the challenge and be bold to face it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Prema. I can also tell that those are final words from you because she does have to rush off for a meeting. So Professor Joe, let's take some final thoughts from you before we round off this panel session.
Okay, I just want to echo what my colleague has said. Think about work and job, just as I said earlier. There's people that were, Amazon is going to be laying off how many 30,000 or whatever and so on. But if those people don't know how to work, then the job is gone. So if you know how to work, you go and start working and you will make a living. But when you think that job is about making a living, and now your tool has come and taken that job away from you because you have not developed yourself to be able to be a human being, and that's just not going to change. So all the fears that we have, if you want AI sovereignty, you yourself must begin to ride above that tool. And the same thing will happen to the national sovereignty. The same thing will happen to Africa's sovereignty. If we as individuals do not rise above the tool, then we will have no sovereignty because the tool takes over who we are, and then we have no sovereignty.
Thank you so much for that, Professor Joe. Please a round of applause for both of our panel members as they walk off and as they sign off. It's been a powerful discussion, framing Africa's AI future, building sovereign governance models. And we've highlighted a critical truth here today, that Africa has the opportunity and responsibility to redefine its place in the global AI landscape. That was essentially what this conversation was about. And of course, by everything that we've had a conversation about here today, everything we've shared today underscores that sovereign AI governance isn't just about crafting policies. It's also about asserting our agency to shape technology that reflects African values, as highlighted by our speakers here, our histories, and not to mention our aspirations, pardon me. So let's leave this room inspired to advocate for governance models that are inclusive, culturally rooted, and forward-thinking, ensuring that AI amplifies African voices rather than silencing them. The work begins now. My name is Angela Agbigi. I've been your moderator, and it's been an absolute pleasure.
Thanks a lot, Angela. That was awesome. Please, photographers, let's have a photo of our panelists and our moderator, please. Okay. Thank you so much, Professor. Thanks for Professor Joe. Thanks for Professor Prema. It was a very enlightening session. One more time, a round of applause for our panelists and our moderator. Thank you. That was awesome. All right. So I see we enjoyed that session because the questions were great. And so right now we're going to move on to a demo presentation. Boluwaji, are you ready? Oh, we're ready for you. All right, great. We're going to a demo presentation from Boluwaji Fagboaro. Okay, he's an AI researcher specializing in child-robot interaction. Put your hands together for him, please. Okay. Okay, do you have his presentation? Okay. Okay. Pardon? Yeah, yes, that's better. Can use the mic.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Boluwaji Fagboaro, a machine learning engineer and then a postgraduate student at the University of Hull, United Kingdom. So to start with, today I'll be starting with my project, my model. It's more like a robot. So I'm actually scared to talk about this now because a few people have actually been asking questions concerning AI taking their jobs. And I'm here again now talking about a robot. So this robot, basically, all it has to do is acting as a mother for your child. So now everybody has been talking about AI taking their jobs, and I'm here again talking about a robot as a replacement for mothers. So this is not to serve as a replacement for mothers, actually. It's to serve as an assistant to help you with your child, raising your child. So here is how the robot would look like at the end of the day. So basically, all I've been able to do for the past 3 years is to build the brain of the robot, basically, which is to understand every single thing your child says. So from the age 1 to age 4, this should make the robot understand every single thing that comes out of your child's mouth. Basically, we know it's sometimes it's quite difficult to understand everything our children says, especially because they have this gibberish things they say. Their statements are not usually connecting. So this robot, basically what it will do is to understand every single thing your child says and then to be able to respond to your children. So could you please move to the next slide? So just forget the grammars here. Basically, just like I said, when we were doing the data labeling, all I did was to ensure a pragmatic approach. What I mean by a pragmatic approach is that some statements, when somebody makes a statement, it's not actually the statement they made, that's what they mean. In the sense that if somebody asks you, do you want to come over? Do you want to come over does not necessarily mean you should come over. Sometimes it's a command like come over. So I've been able to build the brain of the robot to understand these things. So you don't have to say it explicitly. You don't have to say everything out directly. The robot will understand your intent, which is a basic understanding of the robot's brain. So could you please move to the next slide? So my progress so far over the last 3 years, the first training I did for the robot was basically with a synthetic data set. What I mean by a synthetic data set is this. I had a little data that I could work with, but that wasn't enough for me to train the robot because basically the robot requires a very vast, big, large amount of data set. So the data set I had then was about 2,000, which wasn't enough basically. So I did manual augmentation with LLM, large language models. So from 2000, I was able to take the data to 55,000 data sets. So on which the robot was trained on. But this doesn't reflect real life application in the sense that this data set has some little differences that doesn't apply in real life. So, and then I've made the data publicly available just in case if you have anybody who's into artificial intelligence, machine learning, or robotics. If the person wants to train maybe a robot or a robot's brain, the person could actually use the data set. And then the last one here, I'm going to I've just gathered a new data set from Childers database from the UK. So this database does not apply to Nigerian data sets, which is why I'm actually here today, because I have to come from the UK here for this presentation to show you how it is going. Now, the reason why this doesn't apply to Nigerian, if at all the robots will come into real life application next year or maybe a few years to come, is because in Nigeria or in Africa at large, we have no single data of child or children to train the robots. No single data, even the ones that are publicly available for European countries or America, North America, Southeast or Asia, you could think about. Most of these data are actually very limited. So which means I have to do manual augmentation again. So but as for Africa, we are way far behind. I'm not here to address the challenges we'll be facing in Africa. I'm just here to say this robot might not be able to work in real life application when it comes to Nigeria or Africa as a whole. I'm in Nigeria myself. Why would I want to build something like this and then leave it there in the UK or leave it there in America? People pay me for the job. It's not about the money though, but why would I want to take something like that? I'm a Nigerian, born and bred here. So why would I want to take something like that to Europe? So far so good. Just like I said again, I'm here today to maybe canvas or to request you about the data. I would put you through everything. Could you please go to the next slide again? Now, just like I said again from the start, the name of the robot is Mama, basically. It's not going to replace you as a mother. It's not going to replace you. It's not going to replace your wife. It's not going to replace anyone. Basically, all it has to do is to understand every single thing your child is saying, especially between the age range of 1 to 4. Even when you as the mother is having a difficult time understanding what your child is saying. Even when you as a dad is having a difficult time understanding what the child is saying. This robot would be able, and as far as I can tell, as of this moment, the last training I did on the robot, it had 73% accuracy, which means out of 10 times when the child speaks, the robot can understand clearly 7 times correctly the things the child says. So which is actually a very big thing for me. But in a few months' time, I'll be training again on the real life data set again. So we're looking forward to an increased performance. So and then again, it's going to promote emotional development and social skills in the sense that this is not just it's not a robot that is going to be engaging your children in normal conversations. It's a robot that could actually teach your children mathematics, programming, whatever you could think of. Think of it this way: your child comes back from school. Basically, your child wants to sleep or maybe play around. This robot can act as a friend, as a companion, and even prompt your child to do this as assignment or assessment, and then even do it with your child. So this takes the pressure away from you as the parent a little bit. Again, this is not to replace you as the father or as a mother. It is to support you, to assist you in your daily activities with the child. These robots can teach your children basic things that you as the person would have a problem, a challenge doing, such as mathematics, English, or whatever you could think of. Please, could you go to the next slide? So here is a little presentation just for you to see the logic behind the whole thing. It's very complicated, but I made it very simple for you to understand. As you can see here, this is the statement from the child. Hello there. Then we have over 23 categories, intent classifications for the child. But here I just did a little presentation of 5 columns, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have over 23 categories. Now, this is the input from the child. This is the training data, just a little example of the training data. Then over time, the robot can understand that the child is actually greeting him or her. As you can see there is 70%, which is 70% percentage that I'm very sure the child is actually greeting. And this is a response from the robot. As you can see there, hey, how are you? Do you want us to play some games or work on your assessment now? That is what I meant by social impact, teaching your child to do his assignment. The child only greeted the robot here, or was only talking here, but the robot could understand, okay, I have to be proactive towards the child. I have to tell the child, do you want us to do your assignments now? Could you please go to the next slide? Now, this is where I need help, not in terms of money, actually. What I need, what actually brought me here today is to show you the progress of the robot so far, and then the things I would need as a support from me people as Africans, as Nigerians. Just like I said earlier, this robot is being built on a foreign data set that I've been able to gather, but this would work in Nigeria. This would work in any country in Africa. It won't work effectively at all because the data set is being traded on is foreign, and then in Nigeria, no single line of data in Africa at large, no single line of data I've been able to gather, to resource, to check online, check everywhere. No single line of data has been available as far as I could tell till this morning, which means I have to do everything manually by myself, probably go around, which is actually not possible for me to do because I don't live here. So I'll probably need people to step in. You as parents, you as brothers, you as cousins, you as uncles, you as sisters, you could help with this. Probably collect data from your child. All you have to do basically is maybe whenever your child is talking, just record whatever your child is saying. I don't need your address. I don't need your name. I don't need your bank information. Nothing personal at all. The only thing needed is just the name of the age of the child and whatever the child is saying. Every other thing you can leave that to me or to us. And then all you have to do is send it to this email address, fagboaroboluaji@yahoo.com. Or if you have any information or if you have any question, I could answer through that email. So would you like to go to the video? So now I'm going to show you like a real life modeling of how the robot works or how the robot thinks. In the video. So this is just like a simulation of how the robot thinks.
Mama. What is that?
The child spoke now. I need to fully understand her intent. I am checking training data for pattern. What and is strongly related to the question category. The child is indeed asking for something. NLP alone isn't quite enough for understanding that. Switching to Mama's vision. Child's intent question. Identifying that now. I am looking at her eyes. She's staring at the table now, objects present there. I am checking training data. The object on the table, a laptop, certainly. Child want to know what laptop is. So that is a laptop.
I am hungry.
The child spoke again. I need to fully understand her intent. I am checking training data for pattern. I am hungry relates to the need category. Definitely the child is in need. If she's hungry, and I classified hungry as need, then food should come after need, so I am going to see if there's anything the child can eat.
What is that?
The child spoke again. I need to fully understand her intent. I am checking training data for pattern. What and is strongly related to the question category. NLP alone isn't quite enough for understanding that. Switching to Mama's vision. Child's intent question. Identifying that now. I am looking at her eyes. She's staring at the table now, objects present there. I am checking training data. The object on the table, a remote, certainly. Child want to know what remote is. That is a remote.
So okay, that will be the end of the video. So again, thank you. Again, this robot is not being built to replace mothers or to replace your sisters or to replace you as a dad. This robot is more like an assistant, because I know questions will be coming up like, oh, do you want to replace my wife? So, because the robot won't breastfeed your child, obviously. And then the long-term project actually of the model or the robot is to actually do some things, probably move around the house, support the child, walk around with the child, probably go to the market or anything. So that will be the long-term project of it. But for now, basically, we are still working on the understanding intent of each child, of whatever your child says, and then so far so good, we've been able to achieve 73% accuracy, which means 10 times whenever your child speaks, the robot can confidently understand it 3 times or 7 times, then with 3 errors. And then before the year runs out again, we'll be training the robot again. So hopefully we're looking forward to achieving something close to 90 accuracy. So thank you. So I'll be attending to questions if there's any. Is there anybody concerned about how the robots would work or would be replacing them? Okay, ja.
Thank you very much. That's a lovely initiative that you have there. I wanted to ask that anytime the child asks a question, will the AI go through all that processing every single time? Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm.
The
Okay.
things you did yesterday, right? Then you
Right.
probably think, oh, I had lunch. What did I have for lunch yesterday? You know what I mean? All this happened within the blink of an eye, right? Same
Right.
thing with robots too. It's not going to take that long for it to be able to understand what the child is saying. Everything happens quickly.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
But I only did that for you to understand, like, it's to break down the black box, like, because I know it's usually quite difficult for people to understand the reasoning behind logics behind decisions. Everything is actually based on pure mathematics, pure
Okay.
calculus, pure probabilities.
All
But
right.
that was just a simulation for you to understand how it works, how it arrives at its answers or decisions.
Okay. Okay. And then it's going to do all of that thinking silently, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely.
All right. Thanks. Thank you.
So thank you for the demonstration. My question is, what is the minimum age requirements for the robot exposure? What is the age criteria? Also, you know how funny children can be. You know how destructive they can be, such with devices and all. So what are the proactive measures, I mean, to protect the robot from children being harmful or destructive to the devices? You
I'm
understand?
looking at her.
So that's my question.
The first question was the age range, right? This thing started as a research program, actually, not a product. Now I'm sure a product, but when I started it was more like a research. So I started between the age of 1 and age 4. The reason why I chose between the age of 1 and 4 was it was backed up by empirical evidence and studies and articles that I read. There was something similar like this that has been done before. That was Moxie Robot. If you probably go on Google, you see it. But Moxie Robot has been discontinued. It's in Europe, I think US or Europe or something. It has been discontinued. And then Moxie Robot was built between the age of 5 upwards. So which means age of 1 and 4 was neglected, probably because of the gibberish things children between that age range says. That was why I actually purposely chose between age 1 and age 4. And then if I have enough data actually to work between age 1 and age 10, I wouldn't mind working with it actually, because this is basically all I do in my life. So, but for now, I limited it to age 1 and age 4. But if you have a child around age 6, age 7, I wouldn't mind working with that child as well.
Okay, so the second question was about children being destructive.
Oh, thank you. I was going to get to it too. And just like I said, the robot is not coming to replace you as a dad. It's not coming to replace you as a mom. If you do buy your phone or you buy your child a phone today, you wouldn't just leave the phone to the child permanently like that. You would want to check what the child is doing with the phone, right? You want to check if there's any damages, if there's anything that needs to be fixed on the phone. Same thing here too. You're still responsible for your children as much as before the robot came in. You're still responsible to look after your children. Or the only thing the robot is doing is just to assist you with your daily activities with the child. Probably when you're busy, you could just step in. Probably when you need to teach your child mathematics, you could just step in and then do all of that. So you're still responsible to look after the robot as much as you look after the child, ensure no physical damages. And then, just like I said, that's more like the product end of the whole thing. For now, it's more like a research, and then I'm bringing it into a product design, how it will look like, how everything will look like. So probably by then, we would devise a means to make sure it's protected. But the same way you protect your phone, you protect your child, the same way to the robot probably need to be protected.
Understood. Now, my phone has been in the market for a long time, so which means that there are spare parts around. And with robots, particularly in this part of the world, we agree with me that spare part is not a thing to just stroll into and replace, right?
Yeah.
So if you are doing this, I think that you may have been futuristic to take all of these factors into cognizance. So what do you have to say about that?
Oh yeah,
you're right. Just like Dr. Evans said at the beginning of the conference, he said whoever owns the data actually owns everything basically. So if this thing actually works in the UK, if actually like myself and probably a few others, if we actually build this in the UK, that means the UK owns everything. Yeah, I do understand probably the brain behind everything, but the UK owns everything. Probably partnership with government, stuff like that. They will step in, fund it, do the spare parts, make sure that the spare part is available, right? And then if you can't have this thing in Nigeria, definitely there's no spare parts in Nigeria. There's no way we're bringing it to Nigeria. But everything first starts with the data. If I have the data here in Nigeria, it will be built in Nigeria. But as far as I can tell, the data, everything I have so far that I've been able to work with so far, is everything is from the UK, England. So that means the spare part, everything.
What is that?
There's no
The child spoke now.
for the usage for application for anything whatsoever. So we are taking that into consideration definitely too. Thank you.
So what is your price? What is your price projection?
Oh well, I'm more of a researcher actually. I'm not a business person. So we are yet to get to that stage to like have the physical entity to now start talking about the price or the business side of it. So I'm more of a researcher for now. Do you have any other question or concerns or anything you want to share? It could probably be about the data. You can assist us with the data collection or another thing. Gmail. Okay. You could just meet with them at the end of the program. Then they'll probably share with you. fagboaroboluwaji@yahoo.com. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. That was interesting. A round of applause for him one more time. Okay. Thanks, guys, for sticking with us till this moment. And I'd like to let you go. But before you go, I have one last session with Dr. Evans, which is something that we put, we'll put the best for last. So we'll be talking to him about a few things, which is very interesting. Is anyone ready for that session? If you're ready for the session, can you see your hands up? Hands up, hands up, hands up. All right. Let's keep the energy up. This is going to be our last session for the day, and then we can round up and go back home to our loved ones. All right, sir. I'm going to call on Mr. Evans now for this powerful session. Mr. Evans Werem is the chairman for Data Africa. So please come on stage and let's have this interesting session. So actually, I'll be the one talking to him, and I'll be asking him a few questions. We'll be talking about rewriting the rules, Africa's role in the global AI standards and methodologies. Sir, you don't mind if I stand here? Is that okay? All right. Can we have another mic for him? Okay. All right. Great.
Thank you.
Okay. During the last session, there's something I picked out. He said a tool cannot replace the user. That was quite insightful. A tool cannot replace the user. We're always afraid, how is this tool going to replace us? But then a colleague of mine further said, only users can replace users. That means if Mr. A is a user and you are Mr. B, but you attend conferences like this, you listen to conversations like this, you build yourself in the AI methodologies, you are in a better position to replace user B. So tools won't replace users, but users can end up replacing users. So that means we need to keep upskilling ourselves, and putting ourselves in a level where tools can replace us, and even per people or users, they'll find it very hard to replace us as well. All right, let's get started to it. Just a moment. Okay, Dr. Evans, it's great to have you here. And I would like to start off this particular session with just one question. When we talk about writing rules of artificial intelligence, you threw some light on it on your first opening remark. Who do you think truly holds the pen right now in defining the global AI ethics? And what will it take for Africa to basically grab that pen, or are we just going to keep waiting for permission, or what is it that we are about to do at the moment? So I'd like you to help us with that, sir.
Thank you very much for that question. Well, we can look at it from about 2 or 3 dimensions. Today, we have the people that are majorly creating the AI systems we use today. And most of them are in the developed parts of the world. Of course, some are in other places like China, South Korea. But they are the ones that are developing the AI systems we are using today. In one of my papers, I called them the AI intelligentsia.
Okay, intelligentsia.
Now, somebody might even say that, but that I'm one of them, but I'll say, yeah, I understand their motivations. To an extent, some of those motivations are mine. But I've also gone beyond, to also understand how things are playing, out. Now, the AI intelligentsia, what is motivating them is to develop something that definitely is going to solve problems in the world, today. Things that can use intelligence to solve those problems. But having said that, that's not all that is motivating them. What is also motivating a lot of the core members of the AI intelligentsia is to build something that is as intelligent as a human being. The fact that if you look at AI, there are different categories of AI. There are narrow domain AIs that solve problems in narrow domains. There are broad AI that solve problems in different areas. Just like human beings are able to do so many things. Human beings have what is called, apart from the fact that we are sentient, we are alive, we have what is called intelligence. We have all manners of human intentionalities, be it the ability to understand a language, ability to understand a story, ability to talk, ability to communicate, ability to be an expert in a particular domain. Those are some of the things that make us humans. So what the AI intelligentsia want to do is to create the digital equivalent of humans. So they are not stopping at just developing narrow domain AIs. They are also desirous of creating AI systems that can equal humans. And that's the reason why we also have categories like artificial general intelligence. An artificial general intelligence system is a system that has grown to the point that it really is like a human being. Do you get it? It's really like a human being. Now, if you give a test to that person and give it to a human being also, you can see that the person will be as good as the human. And that the person can even beat, the human. And part of that motivation, some people say, is to prove that there's no big deal to humanity. Okay, some people say that humans are so unique. But look, we've also created synthetic human beings. We've created systems, that are able to rival, humans. So there are a lot of motivations there. Motivation to solve, to create narrow domain, systems. Motivation to also create, broad, system. Motivations to even create systems that can be like humans. And that probably can also show that, humans are, at the end of the day, even our cognitive abilities are replaceable, by machines. That's part of it. Now, so they are part of those that are creating these things. So the ethics they follow are based on their own, thinking, and based on the fact that they want to create this kind of, systems. The kind of ethics that drive you and I and most of society are secondary, to them, because they are like scientists. They are pure scientists. They just want to create this kind of, systems. Now, the thing is that in the West also, or in some of these other developed parts, of the world, there are also institutions that are also aiming at moderating the kind of AI systems we develop. So if you go to universities like MIT, if you go to universities like Oxford, you see they have institutes for the ethics of AI, where they study the ethics of AI. Also, you find out, so those kind of institutions are moderating the views of people, are making people to realize that AI, if not checked properly, can have impacts that can even be deleterious. So for that reason, they are churning out, research that is making us to realize that, look, we can't develop this thing in this manner. We should probably try to develop it in certain manner at the end of the day, so that it will be in alignment with what is good, for humans. As I said, before, AI can give us the good, and that's what we really want. All the good things, and there are many good things AI can give us. As I said earlier in the morning, AI can really give us a lot more abundance in the world, whether it's food, whether it's to do with medicine, whether it's to do with all the technologies we want that will enable us to produce, and so on and so forth. AI is capable of giving us a lot of that, and we should all try to exploit AI in order to enable it to provide all this to us. But we should also realize that AI has the ability to also give us the bad, and perhaps even the ugly. And that's the reason why we have to, be very careful. So ethics is from the AI intelligentsia, but it's also what is happening at some of these, digital institutes. And some of these countries have started taking it seriously. In the West, they've now started coming up with all kinds of legislations, policies, regulations that are going to moderate how we develop these systems. In Europe, they've done that. They've come up, with that. Even America is trying to also imitate. China, is done, the same thing. So that's what's driving them, because left unchecked, it could, become a law word. Let me comment on what you commented before, you asked my question. And that is to do with a point made by my friend and brother, Professor, Joe Amadi Echendu, where he said that a builder, that an AI cannot replace the person that created it, more or less. In a way, he's right, in a way. But he's right in the short and perhaps the medium term. But when you look at the medium to long term, perhaps we don't know. Perhaps, we don't know. And that's the reason why we are, taking it serious. In fact, a lot of people will bet that in the medium to long, term, it is going to take away almost all jobs. Now, if you look at the technologies of the first and second industrial revolution. They came. Yeah. People like Daniel Bell, people like Marx, they plotted, some of these technologies. They de-skilled, craft people, but created many more jobs. They removed jobs of so many people in factories, yeah, but also created a lot more, jobs. So as a result of that, people are believing that where technology takes, technology also gives even more. Yeah, but some people have also started pointing out that no, that's probably true to technologies that are prosthetics to our hands, to our eyes, and so on. But AI is a prosthetic for our even brain. And somebody by the name Martin Ford, he said that because AI is there and has the ability to really take over completely any job that is done with intelligence, it means, in effect, that the jobs of almost everybody can also, go. Because really, for time immemorial, managers of organizations, yeah, wherever managers see a tool that can assist them to do away with some workers, they would like to introduce that too, isn't it? They would like to introduce that too, because a lot of managers feel that 100 workers means 100 headaches for them. So if there's a tool that can reduce some of these, that's a good thing. And that's the reason why in the West, in so many other countries, even India, even countries like Kenya, they've started coming up with the concept of a universal pay, a universal, salary, in anticipation of a period in which technology would take over most of the jobs, of people. But that's me being a little bit, academic, my brother. But in the short to medium term, at least we should all, try to feel, that, no, it's not as if technology is coming out. It's not as if all our jobs are going to go in this, short to medium term. And that could be a long term. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a proper answer. So as you were talking, somebody just put my so what type of jobs are AI proof? We don't need to answer that now. Let's just we can talk about that later. But just think about it. What kind of jobs really are AI proof? So my next question here goes to talk about what you mentioned about digital institutes that kind of govern the kind of way these models are being built. So I'd like to ask: are there digital institutes like that around Africa or in Nigeria? Or then again, I'll say it this way: most AI models are trained on Western data and values, which means they often misinterpret African realities. From your perspective, how can Africa build AI that doesn't just translate languages, but understands our culture, our context, and basically everything around us? And also, furthermore, the institutes that basically help us regulate this particular kind of development.
Unfortunately, there are not many of those kind of institutes in Africa. Not really any in Nigeria. In South Africa, a few in South Africa. The African Union also has a department that also looks at some of these deleterious potential impacts of technology generally, of information technology, and in more particular of AI. Now, having said that, to answer your question about what we need to do to make sure we domesticate this thing appropriately within our own environment, we can only do so when we realize that, one, there's something I call technology paradox or AI paradox. It will give us the good, fine, let's exploit it for the betterment of our society, but there are also some potential harmful effects let's watch out, for those. AI, like most other technologies, can be bad if designed in certain manners for an individual, for an organization, or even for a whole country, or even for a whole world. Yeah? So, in terms of regulations that can make sure that people develop whatever they are developing, they develop according to certain restrictions. Those kind of regulations are better provided by governments. So here in Nigeria, we are even supposed to also have those kind of institutes or departments that are responsible for coming up with policies and regulations that are going to inform how we develop any system that is going to be AI, based in our country. That's very important. Now, at organizational levels, organizations also owe it to themselves to make sure that they have methodologies that can be used to develop systems. Now, in so many parts of the world, the methodologies we use look only at technical functionalities. So when they look for requirements, the requirements analysis are looking only for technical functionalities. But we should have holistic systems based on holistic methodologies. A holistic methodology will aim to develop a system based on looking at not just the technical requirements, the technical functionalities, but also the requirements that are to do with the business itself, the requirements to do with the organization, social requirements, people that are going to use it, user requirements, yeah? And then requirements of the society at large, the context within which the system is being used. Requirements that are to do, with the ethics, yeah, of that particular society. We don't want to introduce a system that is going to change who we are, even as, a people. Because as so many people have said, the system, whoever develops a system, embeds into that system the cultural practices surrounding that person. And when you, in another environment, take hold of that system, unwittingly, you start imbibing some of the cultural practices of that particular, environment. So we must have methodologies. And I called it, some of us have made an attempt at producing such a methodology. There's a methodology that I produced, which was also, published, that is holistic. It looks, in trying to come up with requirements, it looks not just at technical requirements, but it also looks at all these other types of requirements. And then on the basis of that, we make sure we are developing a system that speaks to us, that is true to us, that is true to our own context, true to our own environment, true to our own culture, true to our own organizational environment, and true, to the people that are going to use the system. It's doable. We have started, doing it even here in Africa. Those kind of systems, when produced, are going to be true to us authentically as Africans.
Great, powerful stuff. So there's something that just dropped in my mind. How many of us use ChatGPT? Show of hands. Okay. How many of us use ChatGPT more than we use Google now? Okay. How many of us use DeepSeek? Okay. So my last question, anyone can answer. Why do you use DeepSeek as against ChatGPT? Why do you use any of them? Just one person can just answer, please, real quick. Okay. Can you just walk up to the front, please, real quick? Question is, why do you use DeepSeek? Why do you use ChatGPT? Is there a difference between the two of them? Which of them do you actually like to use the most?
Okay, thank you so much. I have Grok on my phone, as well as ChatGPT, as well as DeepSeek. And obviously, I have Facebook Messenger, and I have Meta. I don't use Meta because personally, I have issues with Mark Zuckerberg. So I get personal issues with that guy. So DeepSeek. Okay, first of all, ChatGPT is very, very good. When you have an idea and you want to understand it, ChatGPT, it hallucinates sometimes, you understand? But it doesn't take time. You understand? Because it was already there at the forefront. So automatically it's trained on data. When you send it, because there's now ChatGPT the plus. No, the latest version that was ChatGPT 5. Even if you have ChatGPT 4, ChatGPT 5 has a certain limit you can use it for a day. So it thinks if you ask it a real complicated question. But when you ask ChatGPT, your answer comes up instantly. You understand? So DeepSeek gives you real validated information. DeepSeek is from China. China is trying to roll out the West influence in the AI digital space. So they are releasing a lot of AIs, like Manus AI and DeepSeek and a lot of other ones, even image creating AI, to try to water down the West influence on artificial intelligence. So DeepSeek is a very, very good one. When you ask DeepSeek, I can get good information from ChatGPT, but DeepSeek will try and give you very, very accurate information without bias. That is what I like. But Elon Musk's Grok now wants to supersede all that. Elon Musk has no, like there are some inhibitions. The things that maybe white people don't want you to know because they feel that you're asking a technical question. Grok does not have any of those inhibitions. It tries to give you the nitty-gritty and the truth. And it takes a lot of time to think. You understand? There's Super Grok, there's Expert and all that. There are no inhibitions. So if you want to get the technical nitty-gritty of any subject that you want to do, use Grok and use DeepSeek. But if you want to need fast, accurate, analytical information, ChatGPT is good, but there are a lot of AIs that are better.
Great. Let's a round of applause for him, please. Okay, great. So for me, I use ChatGPT. I've used it for so long, and recently I tried to do a prompt, and it told me I'd exceeded my amount of time I could do prompt, and because of that, I went ahead and I paid for the ChatGPT Plus. It's about $20. I assure you, that's the best use of my $20 in a very long, because it allowed me to do any amount of queries, documentation, export, you just keep going. Okay, so why I asked that question was I was looking at a scenario where, sir, is there a future, a near future, a distant future, where we would say, when we ask that kind of question again, we use this chat, and someone else will come and say, hey, I use Baba me something Nigerian. Is there something in the process where we're going to have Nigerian AI that we build like that, where people even outside the country can use it and also be able to get advanced level reasoning and processing? That's my question, sir.
The answer is yes.
Great.
The only thing is that I can't give you the names now because they've gone off my head, but I'm aware that there are, even here in Nigeria and some other parts of Africa, where some people are developing our own LLMs, our own large language models. And some of them are being developed in such a manner that they will know more and give us better perspectives on especially things that are very African. And also in terms of being Africans, looking at some of the things that are happening in other parts of the world, explaining them a lot better from an African perspective. So that is, happening right now. And of course, we should encourage a lot of those people. Because as you can see, as some people have said, this is becoming like the new arms race. Yeah, unfortunately, for now,